Martial Peak, Chapter 4960, Dongguan Ping. Whether or not the purifying light will be lost, we will know once we test it out. Now that things had come to this, they had to explore every single possibility that came to mind. Fan Sun and others got to work again tinkering with the grand array. Another 2 days passed before they finally completed their preparations. As before, Yang Kai walked into the grand array and Fan Sun formed a hand seal to activate the sealing array. After that, Yang Kai cast purifying light. Looking at the pure white, flawless light, Fan Sun and the others couldn't help feeling a deep sense of pain and remorse. Over the past few months, their experiments had failed over and over again, resulting in them wasting quite a lot of the purifying light. These incidents had been eating away at their confidence, and they were starting to harbor great doubts about the craft they had honed over all these years. Both the space arrays had been inspected before the sealing array was activated, and it was confirmed that they were in working order. Now that the grand array had been activated, Yang Kai stood on the space array and tried to activate it, but sure enough, his attempt failed. It was just as Fan Sun claimed. They had poured massive effort into preparing the sealing array to isolate the inside from the outside. In other words, the space inside the sealing array could not connect with the outside world. Forget the 2 space arrays, even if Yang Kai wanted to perform instantaneous movement on his own, he could not escape from the confines of the spirit array without destroying the grand array first. Yang Kai, are you ready? Fan Sun shouted. Yang Kai replied, yes. Martial Uncle Fan, please begin. Fan Sun nodded lightly and changed his hand seal. With a slight wave of the array banner, the grand array underwent some subtle changes. Outside the grand array, everybody watched intently without even blinking. In the next moment, obvious fluctuations of space principles came from within the grand array, emanating from Yang Kai. Everyone quickly turned to look to the side. Sure enough, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared on the other space array. Unfortunately, some of the pure white light emerged along with him. The light lingered around his body and quickly dissipated into the surroundings. There was no doubt that the white light was the purifying light that was originally sealed inside the grand array. When the 2 space arrays connected with each other, Yang Kai was not the only thing to be transported out of the grand array. The purifying light had also escaped along the passage established by the space array. Fan Sun frowned deeply. This outcome was both unexpected and expected, therefore he couldn't help feeling extremely helpless. On the other hand, Yang Kai sighed softly. Even the space array could not solve their current conundrum. At this rate, he truly did not know how to solve this problem anymore. The failure this time had also affected him to a certain degree. That was because this matter was highly related to him. If they were unable to resolve this issue, the wastage of the purifying light was a secondary problem. More importantly, his future prospects would not be bright either. He was just about to console Fan Sun and the others so that they could think of other solutions when he heard Feng Ying's voice, Martial Uncle Donghua. Everybody quickly turned to look in Feng Ying's direction only to see her bowing in a certain direction in the sky. They followed her gaze and saw a burly middle-aged man suspended in midair. He was quietly looking down at the situation below him. Fan Sun and others hurriedly bowed in greeting, and Yang Kai followed suit. Yang Kai did not recognize the person who came. Although he had met most of the 8th Order Masters in Blue Sky Pass back at the main conference hall, a few of them had not shown up for that meeting. Feng Ying had explained that it was impossible for Zhong Liang to summon all the 8th Order Masters to the main conference hall at once. After all, somebody needed to oversee the battlefield. Martial Uncle Donghua was clearly one of those people. Having said that, Yang Kai had seen this person passing by several times recently even though he did not recognize him. Every single time, Martial Uncle Donghua would fly overhead with a group of people following behind him. He was always in a rush and seemed to constantly be busy. Yang Kai had noticed him looking down curiously on several occasions, but he was most likely in too much of a hurry to come over and investigate the situation. It would seem that he had some time on his hands today. There was no saying how long he had been watching the situation. After all, everybody had been so focused on testing the effects of the space array that they did not notice his arrival. Martial Uncle Dongwa walked over as though there were invisible steps leading downward under his feet. He turned to look at the ceiling array, then he turned to glance at Yang Kai. After a brief scan, he smiled and nodded at Yang Kai. Even though Yang Kai did not know him, he knew about Yang Kai. He knew that there was a person who could purify and dispel black ink strength in the central square. That person had helped countless resolve their crisis over the past few months. Many people he knew had also benefited from this person. That was why he had always paid attention to the situation every time he passed by this place. Feng Ying knew that Yang Kai was not familiar with Blue Sky Pass and did not recognize the person in front of them, so she took the initiative to explain, "This is Martial Uncle Dongguan Ping of Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven." Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven. Yang Kai raised his brow at the name and recalled the little fatty, Su Zhen. Speaking of which, he had not seen the little fatty again after they parted at the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Su Zhen was a core disciple of Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven after all. Not to mention, he had received the favor of a divine spirit while he was training in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and grew tremendously as a result. It was rumored that Su Zhen had successfully advanced into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm a long time ago. "Greetings, Martial Uncle Dongguo." Yang Kai bowed once more. Dongguo and Ping nodded and said, "No need to be so polite. I've heard about you for some time now. Although I've passed by a few times, I've always been busy with work and could not make the time to come down. It so happened that I had some free time when I passed by today, so I came to take a look." Feng Ying explained, "Every time the Black Ink clan attacks, the people from Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven are the busiest. If the warships on the battlefield are damaged, they will require many artifact refiners to repair and replace them. The fellow brothers of Divine Cauldron Heaven are proficient in the Tao of artifact refining, so this task is naturally entrusted to them." Yang Kai was stunned when he heard those words. It was not until this moment that he understood the reason why he kept seeing Martial Uncle running around recently. It turned out that Dongguo and Ping had been going around repairing the damaged warships. Since Divine Cauldron Heaven was famous for artifact refining, it was only natural that they were also capable of this. It could even be said that most of the warships at the Great Passes were produced by Divine Cauldron Heaven disciples. They were considered extremely precious talents, similar to array masters like Fan Sun. Such talented individuals would never be allowed to carelessly set foot on the battlefield, lest they were killed or corrupted by black ink strength and became black ink disciples. On the contrary, they gave those at the front strong support from the rear. "What are you doing here?" Dongguo and Ping asked with a glance at the ceiling array. Having passed by this place on several occasions, he had a vague idea about what they were up to, but he was not sure if the situation was the same as what he was thinking. It was precisely because he had some speculations on the matter that he deliberately took the time to stop and watch for a while today. Feng Ying quickly explained what they had been working on for the past few months and the challenges that they were facing at the moment. The person in front of her was not just an 8th Order master, but also a division commander. Even if he would not easily set foot on the battlefield, Dongguo and Ping had the qualifications to intervene in such matters. Besides, she did not wish to conceal anything from him. Dongguo and Ping nodded after listening to her explanation, "So that's how it is." Then he suddenly suggested something. "Since the Tao of Spirit Arrays is unable to perfectly prevent the wastage of the purifying light, have you considered using the Tao of Artifact Refining?" Fan Sun was taken aback. The Tao of Artifact Refining? They were all Spirit Array Grandmasters, so when encountering problems, it was only natural that they tried to solve them from the perspective of Spirit Arrays. Why would they consider using the Tao of Artifact Refining? The Tao of Artifact Refining, Yang Kai murmured. His eyes lit up a moment later, and he rubbed his palms together. Right? How could I have forgotten about that? There were times when one might not see the light at the end of the tunnel. On the contrary, the road ahead might end in a steep hanging cliff. He had been working together with Fan Sun and others throughout this period of time, so he had been influenced by them and only considered the problem from the perspective of the Tao of Spirit Arrays. He had totally forgotten about the Tao of Artifact Refining. Back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, the little fatty, Su Zhen, had helped him to refine the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd, which sealed and contained a large amount of Yuan magnetic divine light. In the past, Yang Kai had borrowed the strength of the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd to repel many powerful enemies. Strictly speaking, the Yuan magnetic divine light and the purifying light were essentially the same. Both were a kind of energy. Although they had different effects, there was no denying that both were a form of light. If the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd could seal the Yuan magnetic divine light, then it could also seal the purifying light. In his excitement, Yang Kai took out the empty Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd and handed the object to Dongguan Ping. "Senior, please take a look at this." Dongguan Ping took the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd and immediately raised his eyebrows in surprise. This object contains traces of divine cauldron heavens techniques, but which lousy brat has such poor skills to refine something like this? Yang Kai was instantly ashamed. When the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd was first refined, Su Zhen had yet to advance to the open heaven realm. In fact, he had only just condensed his Dao seal. Su Zheng had been in the process of accumulation, so his cultivation was not that high. Although he had received instruction from divine cauldron heaven, in the eyes of artifact refining grandmasters like Dongguan Ping, Su Zhen's methods were indeed clumsy and crude. The Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd no longer contained Yuan magnetic divine light. Back then, Void Land had been in desperate need of cultivation materials, and the Yuan magnetic divine light was a metal element material. Moreover, it was a sixth-order material. For that reason, Yang Kai had used the Yuan magnetic divine light as a cultivation material for the disciples to refine. This bottle gourd is interesting. At least, Dongguan Ping carefully examined the bottle gourd. This gourd is born of the world, right? Yang Kai revealed a look of admiration. "Senior certainly has sharp eyes." Dongguan Ping asked thoughtfully, "Do you want me to refine something similar to seal the purifying light? In that way, even without you, others will be able to help dispel and purify black ink strength." Yang Kai shook his head. "That's not the case. Although doing so is feasible, that will only increase the wastage of the purifying light. Senior, this junior was hoping to ask you to create an artifact that can satisfy the effect of sealing the purifying light, avoid any wastage, and even facilitate the entry and exit of personnel. Can that be done?" Dongguan Ping held the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd and furrowed his brow in thought. Everybody else watched him intently. A long while passed before he finally nodded and said, "It can be done." Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Are you serious?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that his words were inappropriate and quickly explained, "Please forgive me, senior. It's not that this junior is not willing to believe you, it's just that this matter is extremely important, so we have to be extra careful." Dongguan Ping smiled and said, "It's fine. I understand your feelings. But, since this old master said that it can be done, then it can be done. The war is raging fiercely recently, so I might be quite busy. Let's do this. I will make some time to refine this artifact for you. The shortest will take 1 month while the longest will take 3 months to complete." While saying that, he tossed the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd back to Yang Kai. Yang Kai exhaled slowly and cupped his fist. "Many thanks, martial uncle." Dongguan Ping waved his hand dismissively. "It's all for the sake of our people. We are just doing our respective duties." Then, he glanced at Fan Sun and the others. "Come with me. The sealing array will be needed. When that time comes, I will need your help." Naturally, there was no reason for Fan Sun and the others to object. Martial Peak, Chapter 4961, The Capital to Crusade. Time flew by quickly, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The war had gotten more and more intense during this period. Although the Black Ink clan had suffered countless casualties, a steady stream of reinforcements continued to arrive from the rear as though their numbers were infinite. On the other hand, the human race relied on Blue Sky Pass's sturdy defenses in order to repel the Black Ink clan's repeated onslaught. There were not many casualties on their end. Blue Sky Pass itself was an enormous mobile palace artifact, so it had its own defensive mechanisms. Furthermore, warships and masters were frequently sent into battle to break through and disrupt enemy lines. As long as the Blue Sky Pass and the various warships remained intact, the lives of those hiding inside would not be endangered. Be that as it may, the number of people who were corroded by black ink strength every single day remained very high. Knowing that they now had the means to dispel and purify black ink strength, the human masters no longer had any scruples when fighting the Black Ink clan. If they had the chance to kill an enemy, they would not pass up on the opportunity even if they would be corroded by black ink strength as a result. In the beginning, the Black Ink clan had been happy to see these changes. That was because many Black Ink disciples corrupted by black ink strength would voluntarily defect to their side every time the human race and the Black Ink clan clashed. Contrary to their expectations, though, they were surprised to discover that not a single Black Ink disciple was born from the human race after a certain point in time. This phenomenon was extremely unusual, and this matter soon attracted the attention of the higher-ups in the Black Ink clan. They tried to learn more about this phenomenon, but were powerless to do anything about the situation. In the central square of Blue Sky Pass, Yang Kai cast purifying light to help those infected dispel and purify the black ink strength in their bodies. All of a sudden, he heard the sound of something traveling through the air at a high speed. It did not sound like the arrival of another infected person though. Thus, he took a moment out of his busy schedule to glance in that direction and was promptly astonished by the sight. Over there was a ship which by no means could be called small. Judging by its appearance, the ship did not seem to be a simple flight-type artifact but a warship. Yang Kai had seen many of the warships belonging to the human race during the time he spent on the battlefield previously. While there were various shapes and sizes to them, the vast majority of them seemed to adopt the appearance of a large ship. There were evident traces of an assault marring the surface of this particular warship, so it was clear it had seen action on the battlefield. Nevertheless, what surprised Yang Kai was the people standing on the deck of the ship. They were none other than Dongguan Ping, Fan Sun, and the others. As soon as he saw them, Yang Kai became excited and hurriedly finished the tasks he had on hand. Only then did he soar into the sky and land on the deck of the large ship. After greeting Dongguan Ping and the others, he examined the large ship with interest. Dongguan Ping smiled. This old girl was taken out of the storehouse. Since you needed a finished product in a hurry, there was no time to refine a new one. The other functional warships are already in use by others, so although this one was badly damaged in the past, it has been patched up since then. You can use it with peace of mind. Yang Kai nodded and asked suspiciously, "Does it work?" Dongguan Ping laughed. "Whether it can be used or not, you will know once you've tested it out. Since you wanted to seal the purifying light while also having a convenient method for entry and exit, this was the only solution that I could come up with." Fan Sun and the others also made many modifications during this period before they finalized the design. "We brought this here for you to make the final verification. Come, follow me." While saying that, he beckoned and guided Yang Kai towards the cabin inside. Upon entering the cabin, Yang Kai discovered that ship's interior had undergone a lot of changes. The entire hull had basically been hollowed out, so the entire cabin was nothing more than a huge empty space. The surrounding walls of the cabin were engraved with complex patterns, and a space array had also been prepared in the center of the cabin. Dongguan Ping explained, "Those who were corrupted by black ink strength can be teleported into this room via the space array on the deck. In addition, they can be teleported out in the same manner after the black ink strength has been dispelled from their bodies." Yang Kai nodded. "Your arrangements are very thorough, senior." Dongguan Ping waved his hands dismissively. That was Fan Sun's suggestion. He claimed that you have tried implementing this method in the past. If this method becomes feasible, then it will certainly be inconvenient to constantly open and close the grand array. To prevent any wastage of the purifying light, the existence of the space array is necessary. I also heard from Fan Sun that you've been experimenting for several months but have failed to solve this problem. In any case, this should be enough to satisfy your requirements. I've refined the interior of the large ship specifically for that purpose. On the other hand, Fan Sun and the others have supplemented the rest with the Tao of Spirit arrays. You can think of this cabin as a space similar to the interior of your bottle gourd. It has a strong gathering and sealing effect. Even if an occasional connection is formed between the space arrays, the purifying light sealed in this place will not escape. After he finished his explanation, he turned to look at Yang Kai. Do you want to test it? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. The space in the cabin was rather spacious. If he wanted to perform an experiment on its effectiveness, he would need to fill it with a large amount of purifying light to check its effects. That was why he drew upon the energy from a huge number of yellow and blue crystals all at once. At that moment, an extremely blinding white light bloomed in his hand and illuminated the entire cabin. The space inside the cabin was so huge that the purifying light seemed weak and scattered in comparison. Hence, Yang Kai cast purifying light several more times in succession so that it would become a little denser. After careful inspection, he confirmed that the purifying light showed no signs of escaping. The purifying light was perfectly sealed inside this cabin, allowing Yang Kai to breathe a sigh of relief. It could be said that they had taken the first step forward. However, even when he was experimenting with Fan Sun and the others, there were no issues during the first step. Their troubles only came in the next step. If they could not resolve the issue of wastage caused whenever somebody entered or exited the Grand Array, then this matter could not be considered to be completely solved. Therefore, he couldn't help feeling slightly nervous. This matter was simply far too important to him. His ability to cast purifying light to dispel black ink strength had certainly brought great fortune to the human army in Blue Sky Pass, but at the same time, he was constrained by his ability. Due to his ability, Yang Kai had to remain inside Blue Sky Pass at all times. It was impossible for him to go anywhere else. The reason he had been so enthusiastic about solving this issue during this period was so that he could regain some of his freedom. The problem of reducing the purifying light's wastage was secondary. Yang Kai stepped onto the space array, breathed out lightly, and immediately manipulated space principles. The world spun around him and his vision blurred for a moment. Then he appeared on the ship's deck. Fan Sun, Feng Ying, and the others had been waiting above while paying close attention to the movements of the space array. As soon as they saw Yang Kai appear, they carefully observed the space array with solemn expressions. How is it? Yang Kai anxiously asked. Although he had not felt the loss of the purifying light when he was transported out of the cabin, it was better to ask the outside observers about such matters. Fan Sun stroked his beard and said, "It worked. I didn't see any signs indicating that the purifying light had escaped." Really? Yang Kai raised his brow in surprise. Feng Ying nodded as well. There was none. You should all come and give it a try then. Yang Kai gave up his spot. Feng Ying and the others did not refuse. They immediately took turns using the space array and teleported themselves into the cabin. A short while later, they used the same method and returned to the deck from inside the cabin. Meanwhile, Yang Kai watched them intently. His divine sense inspected the movements of every single person entering and exiting the Grand Array. In the end, he found that there were indeed no signs of the purifying light leaking. He rejoiced, knowing that his goal had been accomplished. Nevertheless, he couldn't help sighing slightly. It had not been easy. Despite joining efforts with Fan Sun and the others for several months, they had failed to produce satisfactory results. On the contrary, the matter was accomplished as soon as Dong Guanping intervened in this matter. It was not to say that the Tao of artifact refining was better than the Tao of spirit arrays, it was just that the Tao of artifact refining was simply more suitable for what he wanted to accomplish. Besides, the many spirit arrays inside the cabin were clearly constructed through a careful blending of artifact refining and spirit arrays. That was why they could produce such effects. Many thanks for your help, Senior Donghua. Yang Kai sincerely thanked Dong Guanping when the latter walked out to the deck. Dong Guanping waved his hand nonchalantly. You are too polite. There's no need to be so stiff, Marshal Nephew. He paused for a moment before he continued. Actually, I would like to ask you for a favor. Yang Kai turned solemn. Please speak freely, Senior. Dong Guanping replied. I originally planned to create an artifact specifically for the purifying light. It was only because of your idea that I changed my mind and modified this warship instead." While he was speaking, he suddenly glanced outside the Great Pass. The human race and the Black Ink clan were fighting fiercely outside the Great Pass with every passing moment. The sounds of their battle came from afar, accompanied by the violent fluctuations that came from the collision of energies. It was obvious that the masters of both the human race and the Black Ink clan were clashing with one another. Humans have suffered from the Black Ink clan's attacks since time immemorial. The cave heavens and paradises would often send a large amount of manpower to the Black Ink battlefield at regular intervals. Countless elite disciples have died on the battlefield for this cause. Even so, we have been unable to eliminate the Black Ink clan completely. The main reason was that we were powerless to invade the Black Ink clan's domain and eradicate them once and for all. Although the old ancestor occasionally leads a team into the Black Ink clan hinterland in person, such measures are nothing more than a temporary solution. It does not strike at the root of the issue. These invasions might even incite the wrath of the Black Ink clan, provoking a stronger retaliation in return. He turned to look at Yang Kai. The existence of Black Ink strength is a huge deterrent for us. However, your arrival and the appearance of the purifying light has greatly reduced the deterrence of the Black Ink strength and given the human race the capital to launch a crusade against the Black Ink clan. Looking at the current situation, in order to dispel Black Ink strength, those infected have to withdraw from the battlefield and come to you for treatment. But what if we deployed the ship to the battlefield instead? If someone is corrupted by Black Ink strength in battle, they will no longer need to return to the inner sanctum. On the contrary, they can quickly resolve the issue and return to the fight without delay. That will greatly preserve the manpower on the battlefield. Looking at things from a long-term perspective, if we refine more ships that contain the sealed purifying light and dispatch them along with the army, won't we be able to assault the Black Ink clan's core and finally eradicate them completely? His words were delivered calmly, but anybody could hear the anticipation and excitement hidden in his tone. Following his speech, everybody else's eyes also began to light up with excitement. That was right. They had been fighting the Black Ink clan for so many years, and the main reason they could not completely eradicate the Black Ink clan was that Black Ink's strength posed too much of a danger to the human race. They were powerless to invade deep into the Black Ink clan's domain as a result. Most of the time, they could only wait passively for the Black Ink clan to attack. Even if they ultimately repelled the Black Ink clan's forces, they could not eliminate the Black Ink clan from the roots up. They could only watch the remnants of the Black Ink clan army withdraw from the battlefield. The Black Ink clan would slowly accumulate their strength and make another comeback after several dozen or hundreds of years. In that way, the cycle would repeat over and over again. Naturally, that was because they had no means to dispel the Black Ink strength. Now that they had the means to do so, though, shouldn't they utilize this advantage to the fullest? When it came down to it, Dong Guanping was an 8th order ancestor. Standing higher allowed him to see further. While Yang Kai and the others were focused on solving the issue regarding the purifying light's wastage, he had already considered using it to launch a crusade. It was precisely due to his considerations that one of the damaged warships had been brought out from the storehouse and modified. The reason Dong Guanping did that was so that the artifact used to seal the purifying light would not only be suitable for a crusade but also come equipped with a strong defense. In this case, a warship in the shape of a large ship was undoubtedly the most suitable choice for such an endeavor. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4962, Capture. This matter was extremely important. Therefore, it was not something Dong Guanping could decide on his own. They had to wait until the old ancestor fully recovered and returned from retreat before they could make a full report and plans could be made. Even if they prepared for a crusade against the Black Ink clan, this endeavor would involve more than just Blue Sky Pass. All the Great Passes would have to contribute to the crusade. The troops from each Great Pass would need to march forward together in order to eliminate and eradicate the Black Ink clan completely. The advanced preparations for the crusade would not be something that could be accomplished in a short time. Nevertheless, such a glorious future filled their imaginations vividly. To see whether or not this old master's idea is feasible, the battlefield around Blue Sky Pass is the perfect place to experiment. Dong Guorenping retracted his gaze. I have already contacted the 4 army commanders, so they should be arriving soon. This old master will explain this matter to them later, but the final decision on how to proceed will ultimately depend on them. In any case, we will need you to work hard when the time comes, Yang Kai. This junior will do his utmost. Yang Kai cupped his fist. When the results of the experiment came out and the application of the remodeled warship was confirmed earlier, Dong Guorenping immediately sent a message to the army commanders. 4 figures quickly arrived one after another before the people on the ship had even waited for a stick of incense worth of time. The Eastern Army's army commander, Ding Yao, came from Great Battle Heaven. The Southern Army's army commander, Liang Yulong, came from Crepe Myrtle Cave Heaven. The Western Army's army commander, Zhong Liang, came from Blue Sky Paradise. And the Northern Army's army commander, Shen Tu Mo, came from Azure Clouds Paradise. Every one of them was an 8th Order ancestor. Moreover, they were considered the best of the best among the 8th Order masters. The war was currently ongoing, and these 4 were in charge of guarding the east, south, west, and north directions around Blue Sky Pass respectively. Therefore, they would not carelessly leave their positions before the war ended. The last time they left their positions, it had been because Zhong Liang claimed that he had an important matter to discuss. This time around, Dong Guorenping had summoned them for another matter of great importance. It was something that required the army commanders to come forward in person, otherwise he would not have dared to disturb them so easily. They did not have much time, so they immediately inquired about the situation as soon as they arrived. Zhong Liang was well aware of Yang Kai's recent activities. Feng Ying, who had been serving beside Yang Kai all this time, would periodically send messages to him about the situation. However, the other 3 did not know much. Upon listening to Dong Guorenping's outlook on the war in the future, their eyes involuntarily lit up with hope. If that was truly the case, then Yang Kai's arrival would not only give Blue Sky Pass the means to resolve Black Ink strength, but also give the human race the power to launch a crusade against the Black Ink clan's domain. Such a matter was extremely important. Ding Yao was dressed in golden armor, looking absolutely imposing. All the cultivators from Great Battle Heaven generally dressed in this manner. After he entered the large ship and inspected the interior, he turned to the side and asked, "Does it work?" "It should work fine," Yang Kai nodded in response. Ding Yao frowned. "We cannot afford to be negligent in this matter. We need to take careful measures to ensure that this endeavor is feasible." While he was talking, he suddenly noticed a figure flying over at a high speed. It was a human cultivator who had been corroded by Black Ink strength and came here to seek treatment. As soon as he saw the 4 army commanders standing there, he visibly jumped in surprise and hurriedly cupped his fist in greeting. The 4 men waved their hands dismissively, indicating that there was no need for such courtesy. Yang Kai smiled. "Whether or not it works, we will know after this." There was no need to prepare anything on his part since people would come to him for help with dispelling Black Ink strength every single day. In fact, he was waiting for this very moment in the first place. The 4 army commanders immediately understood. Nodding lightly, they waited quietly. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stepped forward and guided the cultivator corroded by Black Ink strength to the space array. Despite activating the spirit array and transporting that person into the cabin, he did not follow along. A short while later, that person came out of the cabin again. He looked slightly dazed and in shock. Although he had heard about the person in the inner sanctum who had the mysterious ability to dispel and purify Black Ink strength from his allies, those were merely rumors that he had heard. He had not experienced such miracles himself, so he did not have much understanding regarding the matter. Now that he had experienced the situation for himself, he finally understood what the word incredible meant. The Black Ink strength inside his body had been dispelled cleanly in such a short period of time. Furthermore, not the slightest trace remained. He was no longer at risk of becoming corrupted by it. On the contrary, The gentle white light in the cabin had been as comfortable as the spring breeze. This is a true lifesaver. He was extremely grateful to Yang Kai. Nevertheless, the 4 army commanders were not reassured just yet. They carefully inspected that person's small universe and confirmed that he was perfectly fine before they released him. During this interval, Yang Kai took the chance to enter the cabin and check on the loss of the purifying light. The black ink strength had been brought into the cabin to be dispelled and purified, so the purifying light was bound to have been consumed to a certain extent. However, the results were as expected. The loss was almost negligible. He had drawn upon the power of many yellow and blue crystals in the cabin previously, so the purifying light sealed in the cabin remained quite dense. Dong Guanping said, "Brothers, this method is feasible." The method had been verified, so there was no need to harbor further doubts. There was a faint sense of excitement burning in their hearts now. Had the human race finally gained the means to support a crusade? If they could perfectly end the war on the black ink battlefield one day, then those trapped here for so long would finally have hope of going home. Liang Yulong nodded. This matter is extremely important, so we shouldn't reveal anything for the time being. We should limit this knowledge to the people present here. Needless to say, everybody understood what he meant. It was impossible to hide the existence of this ship. All the people who sought help would eventually need to enter the large ship in order to dispel and purify the black ink strength in their bodies. Therefore, what Liang Yulong had been referring to was the matter regarding the future crusade. The human race was not ready for such an enormous campaign yet. What's more, the old ancestors had yet to make a decision regarding this matter. If news about the crusade were to spread, it would only give the people hope and expectations. However, their hope and expectations would turn into disappointment if their plans failed to materialize. Yang Kai and the others naturally accepted the order. Zhong Liang patted Yang Kai's shoulder with a chuckle. "You've worked hard recently, martial nephew." Yang Kai truly was a treasure. How many losses had been prevented since he arrived at Blue Sky Pass? If nothing else, he had rescued all those who were corrupted by black ink strength recently. Otherwise, those people would either have been forced to sacrifice a part of their small universe and suffer a decline in their strength, or have been converted into black ink disciples and defected to the black ink clan. However, such incidents no longer occurred after Yang Kai came to Blue Sky Pass. Not a single black ink disciple had been converted by the black ink clan. The more Zhong Liang looked at Yang Kai, the more he approved of this boy. It was fortunate that Feng Ying had encountered Yang Kai back in the Black Ink Clan hinterland and brought him to the Great Pass. Blue Sky Pass would not have been blessed with such great fortune otherwise. "It is this junior's responsibility," Yang Kai replied humbly. "Old ancestor?" Ding Yao's expression suddenly changed, and he glanced in a certain direction. Startled by his words, everybody else turned to look in that direction only to see that there was nothing there. The old ancestor was nowhere to be seen. While they were caught up in their confusion though, a surging force suddenly erupted from Ding Yao's body. The force immediately sent Yang Kai and the others flying backwards. Since they never expected to be attacked here, they were completely caught off guard and could not react in time. Hence, all of them were sent drifting in all directions like fallen leaves in the middle of a storm. Suspended in midair, Yang Kai heard Zhong Liang shouting furiously, "Ding Yao, what are you doing?" His heart sank abruptly, wondering why Ding Yao had committed such an outrageous act. Could it be that Ding Yao was a black ink disciple? Now that the purifying light has been revealed, is he planning to kill me? But something doesn't add up. His actions might have been forceful, but there was no intention to harm. At the very least, I didn't sense any danger. I've only been sent flying by the impact. After he finally managed to stabilize his body, Yang Kai looked over and felt his face twitching at the sight. In the sky above the central square, Ding Yao was standing alone on the deck of the new ship. Moreover, the warship had been turned around and was currently facing the eastern defense lines. Looking at the situation, it would seem that Ding Yao had taken control of the ship and was trying to fly it towards the east. It was just that his path forward had been blocked, so he was forced to stop. Combined with Ding Yao's position as the Eastern Army's army commander, Yang Kai had a vague idea about the current situation. At this moment, Liang Yulong, Zhong Liang, and Shen Tuemo were standing in front of the large ship and blocking the path forward. Like Yang Kai, these three had been caught off guard and sent flying backward by the impact just now. It was just that they were 8th Order masters, so not only was their foundation strong, but their reflexes were also quick. The sudden attack only stunned them for a moment before they immediately adapted. Ding Yao, your actions are dishonorable. Liang Yulong's expression darkened. Shen Tuemo frowned. What are you doing? Zhong Liang was polite and roared furiously, do you even need to ask? As soon as this hooligan made his move, I already knew what he had in mind. This old fart is planning to steal the ship. Ding Yao did not deny his actions. His intentions had been seen through anyway, so he cheerfully said, from now on, this ship will belong to the Eastern Army. On what basis? Liang Yulong yelled inquiringly. Ding Yao looked down condescendingly from above, based on the fact that I'm standing on it while the three of you aren't. Shen Tuemo chuckled, what does that prove? That only happened because you made a sudden move and we were caught unprepared. If it really came down to it, this ship should belong to the Northern Army. Take a look at the emblem on the ship. Don't you see that the emblem belongs to the Thunder Battalion of the Northern Army's left-wing 3rd Division? Disembark, Ding Yao. I'm bringing this ship back to the Northern Army. The ship was something Dong Guanping had taken out of the storehouse. It had originally been severely damaged and was barely usable after he made some repairs to the ship. Upon a closer look though, it turned out that the ship once belonged to the Thunder Battalion of the Northern Army's right-wing 3rd Division. Ding Yao sneered coldly and responded with 3 words, in your dreams. Zhong Liang persuaded earnestly, Ding Yao, why don't you come down first? Let's talk things out peacefully. Ding Yao snorted, I'm not coming down. You will definitely board the ship as soon as I come down. Zhong Liang was speechless. Senior brother, you're not a child anymore, why are you acting like a little brat fighting over a toy? What would others think if they learned about this? Nevertheless, he could understand Ding Yao's motives in snatching the ship. Bringing this warship back to the battlefield might not directly increase the army's combat ability, but it would greatly cut down on the travel time needed to purify black ink strength. Furthermore, the existence of the ship itself would be a tremendous stabilizing force. The morale of the army would be greatly improved as a result. It wasn't just Ding Yao who wanted the large ship, he wanted it too. We all belong to Blue Sky Pass. Although we are the army commanders of our respective armies, we cannot only think about ourselves. Ding Yao, if you take this ship away today, what will happen to the Southern Army, the Western Army, and the Northern Army? Zhong Liang asked gravely. Ding Yao snorted and motioned to the side. Isn't Yang Boy here? You can just go to him. The Eastern Army is having a difficult time on the battlefield. The presence of this ship might be able to change the war situation. Don't exaggerate, Liang Yulong clicked his tongue. The Eastern Army is having a hard time on the battlefield, but so is the Southern Army. Why are you only focusing on the Eastern Army and ignoring the lives of the disciples in the 3 other armies? Ding Yao, you are an army commander. How can you be so selfish? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4963, Limit. Ding Yao curled his lips into a sneer. Don't try to push such nonsense onto me. There are great battle-heaven disciples serving under your armies. How can I possibly disregard their lives? It's just that there is only one ship right now, so the Eastern Army will use it first. If you are truly selfless, then you shouldn't stop me. Liang Yulong's expression was dark, but he said nothing in response. Instead, he shot a look at Zhong Liang and Shen Tuemo. They could not allow Ding Yao to take the ship away today. If the news were to spread that only the Eastern Army had a ship while the Southern Army, the Western Army, and the Northern Army did not, wouldn't their subordinates criticize them for being useless? Shen Tuemo frowned and said, Ding Yao, this warship will not be the only one. Now that we have a prototype, we are bound to have a second, third, and so on. Why are you being so anxious? There will come a day when every one of us has a ship. Nevertheless, Ding Yao remained stubborn in the face of their persuasion. He retorted, "Since you're not anxious, then stop wasting my time. The army is still fighting outside, and the disciples are struggling desperately. This old master is not in the mood to waste my energy on you. Make way." The three of them naturally refused to move aside. On the other side, Dong Guanping sighed as he muttered, "Highly improper." At this moment, the army commanders were squabbling over the ownership of a ship. Their actions were extremely detrimental to their dignity. It was fortunate that no disciples had seen their squabbling, otherwise, they would quickly become laughingstocks. This ship was created by Yang Boy. Why don't we ask him for his opinion? The army he chooses will have the rights to use the large ship. What do you think? Zhong Liang suggested. While speaking, he secretly gave Yang Kai a wink. Among the 4 army commanders present, he was the closest to Yang Kai. He was certain that he held a great advantage if he asked Yang Kai to step forward. The other 3 could not object to this suggestion. Yang Kai's ability had been proven in the recent period, and many of the disciples serving under their respective armies had received help from him. More importantly, they would still need to rely on his ability to solve the problem of the black ink strength in the future. Rejecting this suggestion would simply cause problems for themselves. Therefore, Yang Kai had a great say in this matter even though he was only in the 6th order. Seeing the gazes of the 4 men turning towards him, Yang Kai felt speechless. He had seen the wink Zhong Liang gave him, but how could he be partial at a time like this? Besides, he could not be biased in this matter. After pondering in silence for some time, he cupped his fist and said, "Seniors, although this ship can be used, I'm afraid it will not last for long if you bring it out to the battlefield." Ding Yao frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Yang Kai explained, "The purifying light is the foundation that dispels and purifies black ink strength. Although a large amount of purifying light has been sealed in the cabin, according to this junior's estimate, it is only enough for 100 people at most. In other words, the purifying light will be exhausted after 100 people come and go. After that, this large ship will be nothing more than a decoration." The army commanders exchanged a glance with each other. Meanwhile, Ding Yao blinked his eyes. He suddenly realized that he had been overly eager after seeing the effects of the purifying light ship with his own eyes. Although he had heard rumors about the purifying light recently, he did not actually know much about the specifics of the situation. He originally thought that he could kick back and relax once he obtained the large ship. It was not until he heard Yang Kai's explanation that he learned that the purifying light would be consumed with each use. If it could only be used for 100 people, then what was the point? "Can't more purifying light be sealed inside?" Ding Yao asked. "Of course, that is possible," Yang Kai nodded. "But this junior has yet to run thorough experiments on how much purifying light can be sealed in this ship. That is why I have to ask you to leave the ship here, seniors. This ship has only just been completed, after all, so nobody knows if there are any hidden faults with it. If you leave the ship here for further observation, this junior will be able to check on and resolve its flaws more easily." Since a single bowl of water could not be split evenly, there was no need to split it at all. The large ship would remain here, and nobody could take it away. His words were not meant as a polite refusal either. Rather, checking the ship was really something that needed to be done. Yang Kai could not guarantee that the ship could withstand the test of time or the rigors of battle. That was something he would need to observe carefully to be certain of. By determining these flaws earlier, he would have an easier time working on them in the future. Ding Yao and the others looked at each other. Yang Kai had already spoken, so how could they not know that nobody was allowed to set their sights on the ship today? Ding Yao came down from the ship following a period of silence. Meanwhile, Zhong Liang turned to look at Yang Kai and asked, "Approximately how long will it take for you to perform the necessary inspections and verifications?" "It will definitely take a few months. After all, many issues will not come to light if the time is too short." Zhong Lang nodded lightly and said, "Once you verify that nothing is wrong with the ship, we will proceed with mass-producing them. At the very least, we will need 4 so that each army will receive one." He turned to look at Dongguo and Ping. Many thanks, Brother Dongguo. Dongguo and Ping nodded. Please rest assured, Brother Zhong. Artifact refining is the duty of Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven. I will live up to your trust. Then it's settled. While speaking, Zhong Lang glanced at the other 3 army commanders. Naturally, nobody had any objections. Now that the discussion was over, there was nothing that required their attention anymore. In any case, they needed to preside over the battle faced by their respective armies at the moment and could not stay for much longer. After reminding the others not to reveal the matter regarding the crusade, they hurriedly left the scene. Likewise, Dongguo and Ping, Fan Sun, and the others also departed soon afterwards to work on a new warship. The ship in the central square had been dragged out of the storehouse, so it was severely damaged and only just managed to meet the requirements after some patching by Dongguo and Ping. If they planned to refine a similar artifact for each of the armies, then they would need to refine brand new warships designed specifically for this role. More than anything, they would need to focus on defense. This new class of warship could probably do without any offensive abilities, but its defensive abilities would need to be top-notch, otherwise, the losses would be massive if such a warship was damaged or destroyed in battle. It didn't take long before only Yang Kai and Feng Ying remained in the central square. If anybody comes here for help in dispelling black ink strength, just let them in directly, Yang Kai instructed before he stepped onto the space array and teleported into the cabin. It was just as he had explained to the army commanders earlier. The large ship was newly completed, so there were many things that needed to be tested and verified. At the very least, Yang Kai needed to know the limits of how much purifying light could be sealed within the cabin. It was easy enough to verify this fact though, as he simply needed to cast purifying light without stopping until the grand array was saturated. Inside the cabin, yellow and blue lights bloomed continuously from Yang Kai's hands and immediately transformed into a pure white light. At the same time, he silently calculated the consumption rate of the yellow and blue crystals while paying close attention to the changes in the spirit array. He was testing the limits of the grand array's sealing effect, a little bit at a time. A huge amount of the yellow and blue crystals had been consumed, and it was not until half a day later that he finally stopped his actions. Yang Kai could vaguely sense that the grand array in the cabin was about to reach its limits. In other words, it could not accommodate any more purifying light. Looking around, the interior of the cabin was filled with a blanket of white at the moment. The purifying light was so dense that it almost felt solid to the touch. In fact, that was not that far from the truth. Yang Kai calculated the number of yellow and blue crystals consumed and immediately had a grasp on the situation. The purifying light sealed inside the cabin was enough for nearly 2,000 sixth-order cultivators. The outcome of his experiment satisfied him greatly. 2,000 was quite a big number after all. Based on the information he received from Feng Ying, during the previous wars between the human race and the Black Ink clan, the total number of people who got corrupted by Black Ink strength throughout the war did not exceed this number. The reason why so many people had been corrupted by Black Ink strength recently was that they were relying on Yang Kai's support. They knew that it did not matter even if they were corroded by Black Ink strength, so they fought freely without any scruples. As a result, the number of cultivators corrupted increased dramatically. Thanks to Yang Kai's existence, the cultivators corrupted by Black Ink strength would not suffer from a decrease in combat power as long as they returned in time for treatment. It was unlike before when they would have to sacrifice a part of their small universe in order to escape danger. If a single ship could be used for 2,000 people, and each army would have its own ship, that meant there was enough purifying light for 8,000 people at full capacity. That would be enough even for extended use, such as on a long crusade. While he was busy working, Yang Kai would occasionally sense others entering the cabin through the space array. These people had undoubtedly come to him for help, but now that they had the ship, there was no need for him to personally cast purifying light on each person. They only needed to teleport into the cabin, wait for a while, and teleport out of the cabin again for all their worries to be removed. That had saved Yang Kai a lot of time and energy. After confirming the limits of how much purifying light could be sealed in the grand array, Yang Kai returned to the deck. Feng Ying had been paying close attention to the space array, so she quickly came to greet him as soon as he appeared. Were there any problems? Yang Kai asked. Although he had verified that the purifying light would not escape from the grand array, the concentration of the purifying light had not been very high at the time. The current situation was no longer the same as before. The purifying light sealed inside the cabin was extremely dense, so nobody could guarantee that no losses would occur during entry and exit. There were no problems. Feng Ying shook her head. Yang Kai immediately felt relieved. It would seem that the ship which integrated both the artifact refining and the spirit array dowse could perfectly meet the requirements of his original plan. In that case, he could continue with the next step. After pondering for some time, Yang Kai asked, "Martial Ant, does the inner sanctum contain a universe temple?" Feng Ying was slightly taken aback by his words before replying, "I've heard that they exist." "You've heard?" Yang Kai raised his brow in surprise. She nodded. "That's right. It's because I've never seen them myself. It is said that each pass possessed a universe temple when they were first constructed. As you know, a universe temple makes traveling around very convenient. Even when our people were scattered across great distances, they only needed to activate the universe transference law to return to the universe temple. That was why each great pass had its own universe temples in the beginning. Unfortunately, the Black Ink battlefield is different from the 3,000 worlds. The situation here is rather special, and the existence of the universe temples may give the Black Ink clan a strategic advantage over us. Hence, the universe temples of each great pass were sealed after several incidents. Yang Kai immediately understood after listening to her explanation. If Black Ink disciples were to suddenly appear inside the universe temple, they would surely cause devastating damage to the inner sanctum. That's right. Aside from the old ancestor, who can guarantee that they will not be corrupted by Black Ink strength? What if they became corrupted by Black Ink strength and were converted into Black Ink disciples? They would not be able to disobey the orders of the Black Ink clan. If they teleported back here, forget how much destruction they could cause to us. Even if they merely self-destructed, they could spread Black Ink strength around and incite panic. That is why, even if there was a universe temple in the inner sanctum, it would have been sealed a long time ago. No one would be allowed to use it. He nodded. That's true. Why did you suddenly ask about the universe temple? She looked at him curiously. Yang Kai smiled and pointed at the cabin. Martial Ant, what effect do you think will occur if we arrange a universe array inside this ship's cabin? Feng Ying was initially stunned by his words, but her expression immediately changed in the next moment. Whilst she was deep in thought, various ideas flashed through her mind as she murmured to herself. The reason the universe temples were sealed was to prevent Black Ink disciples from infiltrating and causing havoc. But if we added a universe array to the ship's cabin, then we wouldn't need to worry about such occurrences. Even if a Black Ink disciple teleports into this place, the Black Ink strength in their bodies will instantly be dispelled and purified to restore their true nature. Martial Peak, Chapter 4964, Personal Matter. With the purifying light, all the previous issues that troubled them were no longer a problem. Feng Ying's eyes lit up. Your idea might just work. But, after saying that, she furrowed her brow. I don't think anyone here can arrange a universe array. At the very least, there are no such talents in Blue Sky Pass. The universe temples in the various great passes were as ancient as the great passes themselves. There might have been people who could prepare a universe array and construct a universe temple in ancient times. Unfortunately, with the closure of the universe temples, the means and the knowledge disappeared with the passing of time. That was intentionally done by the human race in order to prevent the relevant personnel from becoming corrupted by Black Ink strength and the Black Ink clan from obtaining the creation method of the universe temples. The Black Ink clan was hard to deal with in the first place. If they were allowed to master the mysteries of the universe temples, then they would truly be invincible. I can do it, Yang Kai quickly said. Feng Ying was astonished. You can arrange a universe array? Aren't you? Yang Kai laughed. It's true that I'm completely clueless about the Tao of spirit arrays, but space arrays and the universe arrays are related to the Tao of space after all. That's why I dabbled in them slightly. Back in the 3000 worlds, he had spent over 30 years comprehending the mysteries of the universe array. His attainments in the Tao of space soared as a result, and he ultimately comprehended his cow punch secret technique from his efforts. Afterwards, Yang Kai also constructed some universe temples in the new Great Territory adjacent to High Heaven Territory so that his disciples could conveniently travel back and forth to investigate the new Great Territory. That was why preparing a universe array was not a difficult task to him. Do you need me to do anything? Should I gather some helpers? Feng Ying asked. Yang Kai shook his head. I don't need any assistance, though I am lacking a few resources. I will need you to help me gather these materials, Martial Ant. Good. She quickly nodded in agreement. A short while later, Yang Kai handed a list of resources to Feng Ying and asked her to procure them for him. This was not a difficult task for her. Blue Sky Pass had its own storehouse, which contained large amounts of cultivation resources and other materials. Most of the items that Yang Kai needed could be found there. Nevertheless, she would need to inform Zhong Liang and the others regarding this matter and obtain their permission to proceed before she could enter the storehouse to retrieve the corresponding resources. Upon learning that Yang Kai was not only capable of preparing a universe array but was also planning to set one up inside the cabin of the purification ship, Zhong Liang could be said to be both surprised and delighted. Only less than half a year had passed since Yang Kai first arrived at Blue Sky Pass, but he had brought about numerous miracles in that short time. The biggest surprise was his means to dispel and purify black ink strength. Other than that, he also worked with Dong Guanping and the others to create a warship that was suitable for a large-scale expedition. In addition, he was planning to prepare the universe array in said warship. As an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it was only natural that Zhong Liang could see the endless prospects for this method. If they could feasibly carry out this plan, then the humans scattered around would have a much easier time returning to Blue Sky Pass in the future. They would only need to activate the universe transference law within a suitable range to return to the ship immediately. Furthermore, the ship contained purifying light, so there was no need to worry about a black ink disciple infiltrating their ranks. It could even be said that the addition of a universe array to the ship made it more suitable for crusading. Needless to say, Zhong Liang was in full support of the idea. He also gave Feng Ying nearly unlimited authority so that she was free to choose from the resources stored within the storehouse. In short, he was willing to cooperate with Yang Kai completely. Half a day later, Feng Ying returned with all the materials that Yang Kai needed. With the required resources in hand, Yang Kai plunged right into work inside the cabin. Arranging a universe array was undoubtedly much harder than setting up a simple space array. Although the nature of both spirit arrays was essentially the same, the universe array was ultimately more profound compared to a space array. Not to mention, the layout of the universe array was subjected to certain restrictions due to the limited space within the cabin. The universe temples that Yang Kai previously constructed in the new Great Territory were not small in size. Now that he had to operate the universe array in a limited space, it became necessary for him to make some minor changes to its array chart. Yang Kai was busy for 2 whole months. During this period, he made several major changes through repeated trial and error before he finally completed his task. It was fortunate that the ship already contained large amounts of the purifying light, so when those corroded by black ink strength came over, he had no need to treat them personally. Otherwise, his task would have taken even more time to complete. Afterwards, Feng Ying personally tested and confirmed that the universe array was functional. Zhong Liang couldn't help being overjoyed when he received the report on this matter. Following a delay of 2 months, Dong Guanping also delivered the first newly constructed warship. Under normal circumstances, it would have taken at least half a year for Blue Sky Pass to construct a brand new warship. That was not something that could be refined carelessly after all. The construction of a warship not only required a large amount of manpower, but also an extremely skilled artifact refiner to oversee the process. It was just that Dong Guanping knew the importance of this project. The war was raging fiercely, and the sooner they completed this project, the bigger the role the warship could play for the human race. For that reason, he had mobilized the elite disciples of Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven from various places and assembled a workforce of over 100 people. That was how they constructed a brand new warship in the short span of 2 months. The warship was brought to the central square, and Yang Kai immediately entered the cabin. He did not begin filling it with purifying light immediately and chose to arrange the universe array first. It was not until he finished preparing the universe array that he sealed a massive amount of purifying light inside its hull. Another month later, this new warship was ready for the defense lines of the Eastern Army. In the end, Zhong Liang and the others ultimately agreed to give the first warship to Ding Yao. It was not because they could not compete with him for it, but because the battle on the Eastern Army's side was indeed the most intense. The other 3 army commanders couldn't be bothered to squabble over such trivial matters either. Since Ding Yao came forward in person to make the request, it was only right for them to show him some respect. Naturally, the most important reason was that each army would soon obtain a new warship of their own, so there was no need for them to quarrel among themselves. For both Yang Kai and Dong Guanping, constructing these new warships was equivalent to traversing a familiar path, hence, they could take advantage of parallel production to speed up the process. Half a year passed by in the blink of an eye, and all 3 other armies gained their own Purifying Black Ink battleship. Purifying Black Ink battleship was the class designation Dong Guanping had given this special warship. The name soon spread far and wide, receiving the recognition of the public. The 4 Purifying Black Ink battleships were stationed at the rear of the 4 armies. Anyone corroded by black ink strength could be rescued immediately, so it was much more convenient compared to the past. Thanks to these 4 Purifying Black Ink battleships, the battle between the human race and the Black Ink clan became even more intense. Meanwhile, in the central square, Yang Kai suddenly had nothing to do. It used to be very lively here. At least a dozen infected people used to come to ask for help every single day. However, ever since the 4 Purifying Black Ink battleships were introduced, nobody came to visit this place anymore. Even if they were corrupted by black ink strength, there was no need for them to come here or for Yang Kai to take action in person either. Each of the Purifying Black Ink battleships contained enough purifying light for 2,000 people to use. Therefore, there was enough to last for a long time. After spending so much time and energy, Yang Kai finally reached his goal. It was time for him to focus on his own affairs now. On the deck of the original Purifying Black Ink battleship, Feng Ying was cultivating with her eyes closed when a figure appeared in a flash before her. Yang Kai had teleported out of the cabin. She opened her eyes to look at him. Although nobody came looking for help during this period, Yang Kai had remained extremely busy. She did not know what he had been working on. She had asked once, but he had not replied to her question. Thus, she did not ask further questions. At this moment, Yang Kai took the initiative to speak. "Martial Ant, I've made some adjustments to the universe array. I don't know what kind of effect there will be, so I'm going to test it out." "Good." She nodded lightly without doubting him. When he was testing the effects of the universe array, he had also personally taken on the task. His reasoning was that it would be easier for him to discover any issues if he performed the tests himself. It would indeed be somewhat inconvenient to leave such tasks to other people. Therefore, Feng Ying had no reason to feel suspicious about how he planned to test the universe array himself. "Martial Ant, please wait for a moment." After saying as such, he turned and left. Since Yang Kai planned to test the effects of the universe array, it stood to reason that he could not experiment from nearby. He had to go much further for the experiment to be effective. Once he was out of Feng Ying's sight, Yang Kai spun around and rushed towards one of Blue Sky Pass main gates. During this period, he had investigated quite a lot about the situation at Blue Sky Pass. Hence, he was not unfamiliar with the route. Not long after he left, Yang Kai saw many people up ahead of him. It was very lively here with a warship moored in a small docking area, and cultivators dressed in the uniforms of the Divine Cauldron Heaven working on it. A series of clanging sounds came from within the large ship, occasionally accompanied by flashing lights. The warship had clearly been in battle as its hull had been damaged. There were several other similar warships in the docking bay, and several hundred people were scattered around the area. They sat down cross-legged in small groups, each silently circulating their secret arts to recover their strength. Yang Kai observed the scene before him, vaguely guessing that these people were those who had just withdrawn from the battlefield. During this period, he had gleaned a lot of information from Feng Ying and gained a rough understanding of the situation in Blue Sky Pass. Although he had not experienced the fighting for himself, he had no trouble understanding the situation when he saw it. His sudden arrival did not attract much attention. To these people, time to rest was extremely precious and should not be wasted frivolously. Besides, there were many people coming and going from this area, which provided a great cover for him. Looking around, Yang Kai discovered that the main gate was shrouded by a barrier and guarded by several elites. They would not release the barrier easily without an explicit order. The sight made him frown slightly. He originally planned to sneak out of the Great Pass, but it would seem that his plans were not feasible. There was no way for him to leave as long as the barriers around Blue Sky Pass remained sealed. Turning his head to look around him, Yang Kai decided to wait and see what happened. He found a corner and sat down cross-legged, pretending to be adjusting his breathing. Truthfully, he was feeling extremely anxious inside. This was a rare opportunity, and if he failed, he would never be able to leave Blue Sky Pass again. Luckily, fortune seemed to be on his side. After waiting for less than an incense stick worth of time, the Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven disciples in charge of repairing a certain warship had apparently completed their repairs. A Seventh Order Master immediately leapt onto the ship and activated it to check its condition. Once he confirmed that there were no problems with the ship, he yelled loudly, "Mountain Battalion, get on board." As soon as the words left his mouth, 100 people stood up in a flurry and flew towards the ship. Yang Kai quickly grasped the opportunity at hand. He hurriedly stood up and followed the large batch of people onto the ship. The Seventh Order Master swept his gaze over the people on the ship and nodded lightly. Then, he turned to look in a certain direction, cupped his fist, and shouted in a clear voice, "Western Army Right Wing 4th Division Mountain Battalion is prepared to sortie. We request permission to depart for battle." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4965. Why are you here? A guard glanced over from the top of the inner wall, and Yang Kai quickly hid behind the crowd to conceal himself. This couldn't be helped. The person he saw was one of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Division commanders who arrived at the conference hall when Zhong Liang convened all the higher-ups. Although Yang Kai didn't know his name, if he encountered this master, he would undoubtedly be identified. He would never want to be caught sneaking out. With a solemn expression, the 8th Order Division commander said, "Launch." The shield opened at his command, allowing the warship to slowly set sail. The moment they sailed out of Blue Sky Pass, the atmosphere turned chilly immediately. Yang Kai, who was standing on the deck, peered upward and noticed a massive void. Numerous warships scurried back and forth, and occasionally, a profound light erupted from their weapon ports, blasting towards the Black Ink Clan's army. There were 7th Order and 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who had profound cultivations out on the battlefield battling against the Black Ink Clan. Black ink clouds of all sizes were dispersed around the battlefield, forming something akin to an ocean of murky darkness. The battlefield was also littered with shattered spirit provinces. The black ink clouds were composed of black ink strength that escaped and condensed after the death of a black ink clansman. And undoubtedly, the shattered spirit provinces were pieces of small universes that had been left behind after the death of high-rank Open Heaven Masters. Some might even be pieces of small universes that the high-rank masters sacrificed during battle. Explosions and screams of death rang out as fresh blood dyed the void red and black, and every now and then, powerful life auras would disappear. This battlefield was where countless Black Ink Clan members and humans were buried. The number of masters from both sides who had passed away here throughout the war was unknown. Yang Kai's blood steadily boiled as he saw the sight in front of him, and a raging fighting spirit began to rise in his chest. He desperately wanted to rush to the Black Ink clan army and fight to the death. But he was also aware of the limitations of his ability on such battlefields, no matter how powerful he may be. The two races were at odds with one another, and this war involved countless lives. Even the 8th Order Division commanders would not survive charging into the enemy's army all alone, not to mention a mere Xianxia. Additionally, he had his own purpose this time when he snuck out. He wanted to advance to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. His cultivation had been stagnant at the peak of the 6th Order for many years now. For the time being, secluded retreat appeared useless. There was now only one option left, and that was to seek an opportunity to break his own shackles during a juncture of life and death. Xianxia had long intended to do this, and the ongoing war gave him the ideal opportunity. He was aware that it was impossible for those overseeing Blue Sky Pass to let him accomplish this, though. No one would be concerned if he was simply a typical 6th Order Open Heaven realm master. The life or death of an average 6th Order master wasn't of much concern, as there were literally thousands of other 6th Order masters in the inner sanctum. Everyone had been in a brutal battle with the Black Ink clan, and only those with enough strength and good fortune survived. However, the fact was that Xianxia's very existence was extremely important to Blue Sky Pass and, by extension, to the whole human race. He wasn't just another 6th Order master. Xianxia had brought the purifying light with him, and was capable of arranging universe arrays. It was precisely because Zhong Liang realized Xianxia's importance that he had asked Feng Ying to guard him. Feng Ying was also not an ordinary 7th Order master. She was one of the strongest among them. There was no doubt that it was a waste of talent now that she could only tightly protect Xianxia, but it was still an important and essential duty. Zhong Liang even wanted to assign an 8th Order master to protect Xianxia, but that was impossible, so a 7th Order master was the next best choice, and Feng Ying was the best option. This alone showed how much importance Zhong Liang attached to Xianxia. If Xianxia told him that he wanted to go to the battlefield and look for a chance to break through by risking his life, Zhong Liang would definitely disagree. Not only would he disagree, he would even ask Feng Ying to keep a closer eye on Xianxia and prevent him from entering the battlefield. If Xianxia was killed, the cost to the human race would be too high. After all, he was just a 6th Order junior, meaning his strength wasn't particularly high. Countless 6th Order masters had died on this battlefield, as one tiny mistake could spell death. Because of this, Xianxia kept his desire to join the battle a secret from the beginning, and even Feng Ying, who had been with him for 6 months, failed to notice any such signs. After waiting for so long, Xianxia finally found a good opportunity. If he succeeded, he would become a 7th Order master. If not, he would have to cultivate patiently in the future and simply wait for an opportunity to break through to come. However, before leaving, Xianxia still waited until the 4 purifying Black Ink battleships were delivered, so that even if anything went wrong in the battle, the purifying Black Ink battleships in Blue Sky Pass side could last for a while, enough to support everyone until the end of the current battle at least. If he was still in the 3000 worlds, Xianxia might not be this anxious. But this was the Black Ink battlefield. The stronger he was, the higher his chances of survival. The 6th Order was too weak, while the 7th Order Open Heaven realm was barely enough, so he had to give it a try. Xianxia went without leaving even a space beacon for himself in order to prevent himself from having an escape route, thus increasing the pressure he felt. He did all this only to improve the chances of him making a life-or-death breakthrough. The Western Army Right Wing 4th Division Mountain Battalion was a unit under Zhong Liang's command. Each army had a total strength of around 8,000 troops with 15 divisions in total, each of which had 8 or so battalions. The Eastern Army was currently engaged in the fiercest combat, while the Western Army was somewhat better off. The Black Ink clan army had attacked frequently in the west, but had been repelled each time. They had left many dead bodies after those battles, but they were evidently unconcerned about them. Xianxia, who had spent the 2 years residing in the Black Ink clan's hinterland, knew that the Black Ink nests served as the Black Ink clan's foundation. The Black Ink clan would continue to exist so long as the Black Ink nests remained standing. Although the Black Ink clan's casualties were not small, they weren't sufficient to force the enemy to retreat either. The Western Army's defense line was constructed in the void, some 10,000 kilometers from Blue Sky Pass. This was where warships laid out a tightly defended barrier that would never be broken through by the Black Ink clan. The warship of the Mountain Battalion was only a few thousand kilometers away from its destination and sailed swiftly, so it arrived at the battleground soon after it departed Blue Sky Pass. The 7th Order Master at the prow of the warship should be the Mountain Battalion's commander, and with his menacing gaze and deep voice he ordered, "Everyone, follow me to kill the enemy." When that was said, the 100 or so members of Mountain Battalion immediately got busy, each of them performing their own duties. Xianxia was suddenly caught off guard and didn't know what to do. He was able to board this ship, but he was unaware of Mountain Battalion's distribution of duties. With no other choice, Xianxia followed a random pair of people to the deck after realizing that everyone else had gone to their respective positions to prepare to repel the enemy. Suddenly, the two ahead of him turned their heads to look at him, and one of them suddenly said in shock, "Senior Brother Yang, why are you here?" It wasn't that no one saw him when he followed everyone on the boat earlier, but rather that those who saw him didn't seem to pay much attention to him. After all, it wasn't odd for people to be transferred around when manpower needed to be replenished. Those who were unfamiliar with Xianxia automatically viewed him as a newcomer. Who would have thought that at this moment he met someone who knew him? As the words fell, Xianxia raised his head and became speechless. The man in front of him looked familiar, and although Xianxia didn't know his name, it was certain that he was someone who he had treated before. Before the advent of the purifying Black Ink battleships, there were at least hundreds of people treated by Xianxia personally. Each of these people was grateful to him and made a point of remembering his face, even if Xianxia didn't remember their names. Xianxia had been afraid of encountering such a situation, but he also knew that there was no way to avoid it. He had saved so many people after all, and being exposed was basically inevitable. What happened? The battalion commander turned his head towards them and immediately saw an unfamiliar face. He stared at Xianxia and frowned vigilantly. "Who are you?" The person who knew Xianxia said, "Sir, this is Senior Brother Yang," while hastily cupping his fist. The battalion commander raised his brow. Despite not having returned to the inner sanctum to meet Xianxia personally, he had lately heard the name a lot and asked in shock, "That Xianxia?" The person who replied nodded quickly, "Indeed." The battalion commander was immediately shocked and asked, "Why are you here?" If this was the Xianxia he had heard of, he should be in inner sanctum at the moment. So how did he get on his ship? He hadn't received orders to replace any lost manpower as the Mountain Battalion was currently at full strength. Furthermore, even if manpower had to be replaced, Xianxia would never have been deployed to the battlefield. The battalion commander understood the significance of Xianxia when he learned about his extraordinary methods. It only made sense for such a valuable asset to be well protected. How could Xianxia be sent to the front lines? It was no small matter that Xianxia actually appeared on his ship. Xianxia quickly thought of an excuse, cupped his hand, and murmured, "Sir, I was ordered by the army commander to perform a secret mission. Traveling with you is mainly to conceal my involvement." A secret mission? The battalion commander frowned, wondering what secret mission actually required this man to visit the battlefield in person. He had also heard that, in order to ensure this man's safety, Army Commander Zhong had entrusted Feng Ying to remain at his side at all times. However, after screening his surroundings, he could find no sign of Feng Ying. The battalion commander was no fool, so it was obvious to him that there was something wrong with this matter. However, now that his ship had already arrived on the battlefield and the front line was in urgent need of support, he couldn't just turn back because of some small doubt. Without asking more, the battalion commander nodded lightly and said, "If that's the case, you can do what you need to." "Many thanks, sir." Xianxia cupped his fist thanking him, turned his head, and spoke a few words to the two men who had first noticed him. When the battalion commander saw this, he tilted his head slightly and ordered another 7th Order Master under his command in a stern voice, "Go back and ask the army commander what is happening here." He sensed that something was off, and since the issue involved Yang Kai, he had to inform Zhong Liang and ask for instructions. Naturally, he had no reason to believe Yang Kai was acting maliciously, as this man would never do something to harm the human race after saving so many of them already. Yes, the Seventh Order Master responded and took out a communication artifact. Back in the inner sanctum, Feng Ying stood up and scowled as she scanned the area around the prototype purifying black ink battleship. Yang Kai said that he had made some changes to the universe array and needed to run some tests, but even after waiting here for half an hour, he had yet to return. As a result, she became doubtful and wondered if he had perhaps already returned. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4966. Why did he go to the battlefield? This was not impossible, for even the prototype purifying black ink battleship was equipped with a universe array. If Yang Kai really came back, he would be inside the cabin. With that in mind, Feng Ying teleported in through the space array on the deck. However, all she could see was white in the cabin. The gentle purifying light flowed around her body like warm water, but there was no sign of Yang Kai in this empty space. He obviously had not returned. Feng Ying left the cabin, now more suspicion than ever. She was perplexed when she unexpectedly noticed a stream of light that had abruptly fallen on the deck from a distance. She fixed her eyes upon him and hurriedly bowed, "Marshal Uncle Zhong." The person who came was Zhong Liang. "Where is Yang Kai?" Zhong Liang questioned nervously with an ashen face. Feng Ying replied, "He said that he made some modifications to the universe array and needed to test it out, so he left." "How long has he been gone?" Zhong Liang's expression sank. "Less than an hour." As soon as she said that, Feng Ying understood that something was off. Similar experiments were conducted by Yang Kai in the past, but each time he returned quite quickly. He was experimenting with the universe array after all, so all he needed to do was to distance himself a little from here and perform the universe transference law to return. How was it even possible for him to take this long this time? The inner sanctum had nothing to delay him either. "Damn it, it really is him!" Zhong Liang exclaimed. He had hurried back from the front line immediately to investigate the matter himself as soon as he received a message from the 4th Division Mountain Battalion, wondering whether there had been a mistake. After all, why would Yang Kai suddenly sneak out? But after he arrived here, he realized that there was no mistake. Yang Kai had indeed snuck out. Upon hearing that, Feng Ying asked, "Marshal Uncle, is something wrong?" Zhong Liang ground his teeth in frustration for a moment before sighing in exasperation and muttering, "That brat went out to the battlefield." "What?" Feng Ying was shocked when she heard his words. Why would he go out to the battlefield? "How would I know?" Zhong Liang looked over at the main gate, worried. "I hope we're not too late." After receiving the call from the 4th Division Mountain Battalion, Zhong Liang rushed to the inner sanctum to investigate the matter while also ordering Mountain Battalion to turn back. Before making sure whether the person was Yang Kai, he preferred to err on the side of caution. However, the battlefield was always in chaos, and Zhong Liang was unsure if the Mountain Battalion would be able to carry out his orders. After all, returning from the front lines was not always simple. If they were surrounded by the Black Ink Clan army, they would have to kill their way out. Feng Ying stood there dumbfounded. Yang Kai actually entered the battlefield. What did this brat intend to do? Furthermore, he didn't even let her know beforehand. It was just truly absurd. Since Yang Kai was really with the Mountain Battalion, Zhong Liang had no reason to stay here any longer. He had to go and bring Yang Kai back, so he instantly sprang into the air and shot towards the perimeter. Feng Ying followed closely behind. Zhong Liang had assigned her to protect Yang Kai at all times, but the latter had deceived her and escaped. She needed to be responsible for this. "He didn't bring this up to you previously, did he?" As they soared by, Zhong Liang abruptly turned his head to inquire. "No," Feng Ying shook her head. She was also perplexed by this series of events, but it was clear that Yang Kai had planned this whole thing out, otherwise, he wouldn't have to lie and claim that he wanted to go test the universe array to get past the gates. "Has there been anything unusual about his recent behavior?" Zhong Liang asked again. Feng Ying responded in shock. Martial uncle, are you suspecting that he has the ability to cleanse and remove black ink strength, and he has a world spring. He has helped thousands over these past few months, and he led the effort to build the purifying black ink battleships, which is of great significance to us. I don't think it's possible to doubt his loyalty. He should not intend any harm by his action towards Blue Sky Pass or the human race. I simply don't understand why he had to quietly leave. You spent months with him. Didn't you notice anything? Suddenly recalling something, Feng Ying scowled. Martial uncle, if I'm not mistaken, he is trying to break through to the 7th Order. What? When he initially arrived at Blue Sky Pass, he inquired about advancing to the 7th Order. Later, after treating several 7th Order masters, he would ask them about their breakthrough experiences. I asked whether he was getting ready for his own breakthrough, and he frankly admitted that he had reached the peak of the 6th Order and was just looking for an opportunity to reach the 7th Order. You are also aware that advancing to the 7th Order is different for everyone. There are some who retreat to cultivate in seclusions, there are some who have accumulated over a long period of time and simply break through naturally, and then there are those who break through in life or death crises in battle. Yang Kai said that he tried entering retreat, but failed. He also said only the heavens would know when he would succeed using the accumulation method. Since these two methods are useless to him, I'm afraid that he wants to try using the last one to make a breakthrough. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have to go to the battlefield at a moment like this. When Zhong Liang heard the words, his face twitched. That must be it. Judging by his actions, that brat must have had this idea for a long time now. He also understood that Blue Sky Pass placed an extremely high value on his own existence. Therefore, he had to sneak out because he knew that they would never allow him to go to the battlefield. After working hard to build the purifying black ink battleships and leaving enough purifying light to support the 4 armies for this war though, Yang Kai clearly decided it was his chance to go out and seek battle. As he began to understand this, Zhong Liang suddenly thought of something and gasped, "Oh no! What's wrong, Martial uncle? That brat is probably mentally prepared to not return. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to leave so much purifying light behind. He's made up his mind to succeed or die trying and cut off all responsibilities to ensure he doesn't hesitate." Zhong Liang replied with an ashen expression. Feng Ying's heart clenched. If this was the case, then she would surely be punished for failing her duties, because she didn't even notice the signs despite being with Yang Kai for such a long time. Zhong Liang abruptly halted their conversation and pulled out a communication artifact. After swiftly exchanging a few messages, he cursed, "That little bastard." Feng Ying turned to look at him. Zhong Liang ground his teeth and said, "That brat is too slippery." He must have realized that Mountain Battalion was suspicious of him, so he actually escaped from their warship before it could retreat. Mountain Battalion currently can't locate him either. Feng Ying's face suddenly paled. Yang Kai was just a 6th Order cultivator, yet he plunged into the battlefield alone. He would definitely be in grave danger if he did not receive support soon. "I'll tan that boy's hide red once I drag him back." Zhong Liang angrily roared. Yang Kai knew that he was vital to the human race as a whole, yet he dared to take such a risk. How would he explain to the old ancestor if anything happened to him? The old ancestor was still recovering in retreat, totally unaware of Yang Kai's existence, but this incident would definitely have to be reported to him afterwards. Zhong Liang would also be blamed if the key to victory for the entire human race over the Black Ink clan encountered an accident right under his nose. At the very least, he would be stripped of his position as the Western Army's commander. Martial uncle, Yang Kai, he's not weak. Having worked with Yang Kai to fight their way back from the Black Ink clan's domain, Feng Ying knew that Yang Kai's strength was far beyond that of a typical 6th Order master, and he could even assume his Grand Dragon form, which put him on par with a 7th Order master. It makes no difference how powerful he is. How could one man stand against the Black Ink clan army? Even 7th Order and 8th Order masters perished on the battlefield, not to mention Yang Kai, a junior in the 6th Order. Zhongliang also knew about Yang Kai's ability to transform into a grand dragon, which at the time would give him 7th order strength. However, Yang Kai wanted to seize this chance to break through in a life and death struggle, so he would certainly not use his Dragon Clan strength, as doing so would become a mental crutch, leaving no possibility for him to use this method to achieve a breakthrough again in the future. In other words, Yang Kai would only use his 6th order strength while in battle. Zhongliang was now merely praying that Yang Kai would not approach the Black Ink Clan army's core or show off his Purifying Light secret technique. The last time Yang Kai used Purifying Light offensively, he instantly injured a Black Ink territory lord, giving Feng Ying an opportunity to kill him. The Black Ink Clan wouldn't think too much of it if it was only used once, but if Purifying Light was used repeatedly, the Black Ink Clan would eventually become aware that it was the nemesis of their Black Ink strength. Once they realized that, they would spare no effort to eliminate Yang Kai and would almost certainly succeed. The Black Ink Clan would take whatever necessary measures to execute Yang Kai. The both of them had hurried out of Blue Sky Pass while they were conversing, but once they were outside, all they saw was the raging battle between the two races, with thousands of figures flying about everywhere. How were they to locate Yang Kai in this tangled mess? Zhongliang's expression turned dark, and he quickly sent out a message. Meanwhile, aboard the warship belonging to the 4th Division Mountain Battalion on the front lines of the battlefield, the battalion commander frowned. After rushing out to the battlefield to confront the Black Ink Clan, Yang Kai used the excuse of performing his secret mission to open the ship's shields and instantly escape. Naturally taken by surprise, Mountain Battalion hastily closed the shield to stop any Black Ink strength on the battlefield from flowing in. The battalion commander also received an order from the 4th Division's commander shortly after, asking him to keep Yang Kai under strict supervision for the time being and immediately return to the inner sanctum. But this message was received too late. Yang Kai had already left and was nowhere to be seen. There was no other option than to report this issue. As a result, the division commander reprimanded him severely, which aggrieved the 7th Order Battalion commander. Full of grievances and nowhere to vent, he could only let it out on the Black Ink Clan. The warship shuttled back and forth, beams of light blasting out as they rammed into the Black Ink Clan army, killing many as they went. Soon after, a group of 7th Order Masters from the battalion leapt out of the ship, activated their secret techniques and artifacts, and cut a swath through the surrounding enemies. This was how the human race and Black Ink Clan fought. 7th Order Masters were free to enter the battlefield at their own discretion, while those below the 7th Order had to rely on the might of their warships. Both battalions and squads worked in this fashion to attack and defend on the battlefield. Meaning, elsewhere on the battlefield, Yang Kai wielded his Azure Dragon spear recklessly, slaughtering Black Ink clansmen wherever he went. One reason he was currently invincible against his opponent was due to his own strength, but the more important point was that the strength of those in the Black Ink Clan army was really quite diverse, with many Black Ink clansmen simply being too weak for Yang Kai to have any trouble with. This was much unlike the Cave Heavens and Paradises, who only sent 6th Order Masters or above to the Black Ink battlefield. In fact, the only reason there were 5th Order human masters present at all is because their cultivation had regressed from the 6th Order after they repeatedly sacrificed parts of their small universes. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4967, Over There. The Black Ink Clan was different. Anyone from their army could freely roam the battlefield. There were the territory lords and feudal lords, who were the strongest in the Black Ink Clan besides the royal lords, but there were also Black Ink clansmen who were only as strong as 1st Order Open Heaven Realm cultivators. How could such weaklings be Yang Kai's opponent? Therefore, even though there was a huge disparity in numbers between the two clans, with the Black Ink Clan army always being many times larger than the human race army, the latter had not yet been defeated. Each time, the Black Ink Clan army would be forced to retreat. With their army diminished, they had to return to their territory to recover, and then made a comeback after dozens or hundreds of years. Thus, the cycle repeated. World force shook wherever Yang Kai's spear passed, and several Black Ink clansmen would die. The death of each Black Ink clansman would cause Black Ink strength to leak out, which would condense on the battlefield, eventually forming Black Ink clouds. Black Ink clouds would not do any harm to the Black Ink clan. In fact, they provided them with a tactical advantage as they served as both a form of protection and deterrent. Before Xianxia came to Blue Sky Pass, the human masters would normally avoid the Black Ink clouds on the battlefield, both to avoid being ambushed and to avoid being corrupted by the Black Ink strength. This sort of ambush happened quite frequently on the battlefield, as the Black Ink clan would often attack passing humans while sheltering in the Black Ink clouds. However, after the arrival of Xianxia and his purifying light secret technique became well known, the human masters became unconcerned with the Black Ink clouds. When a Black Ink clansman was injured in the past, he would look for a way to flee into nearby Black Ink clouds in order to survive, as no human would have the audacity to follow him in. But things had changed now. Even if they took cover inside the Black Ink clouds, the human race masters would still pursue and attack, catching many Black Ink clansmen off guard and increasing the number of their losses greatly. The Black Ink clan was also confused by this sudden change and couldn't understand why the humans from Blue Sky Pass had suddenly become so aggressive. As Xianxia fought, attacking all the enemies he encountered, he saw a group of human masters fighting nearby. These masters were all in the 7th Order, as only such masters could effectively play a role without the protection of a warship. He had arrived here immediately after rushing out of the Mountain Battalion's warship and received little attention from these nearby 7th Order masters, as they were all engaged in battle and could not spare him too much thought at the moment. If one was careless in this place, they could end up dead, so who would not focus all their attention on the enemies in front of them? However, the 7th Order masters in the area soon took notice of Xianxia. This was unavoidable though, as it was clear from Xianxia's aura that he was the only 6th Order. It was not that 6th Order Open Heaven Realm masters would not appear on the battlefield, but in most cases when they did, it indicated that a warship had been destroyed, exposing the 6th Order and 5th Order Open masters who were sheltering inside it. So, after realizing Xianxia's cultivation, the 7th Order masters assumed that he belonged to that scenario and began to move to protect him. However, the 7th Order masters were a little taken aback when they witnessed the might of Xianxia's spear thrusts. No ordinary 6th Order master could possess such strength. There were a total of 4 7th Order masters close to Xianxia. The leader of this small group seemed to be an elderly man, as his cultivation was clearly the strongest of the 4. As for the other 3 masters, they were a lanky middle-aged man, a young man who appeared to be around Xianxia's age, and a beautiful woman. A warship followed closely behind this group of 4, assisting them from the rear. These 4 masters and the warship which was accompanying them must have belonged to a certain battalion. Xianxia, who was already familiar with the distribution of forces in Blue Sky Pass, quickly determined this. This spot was also where the fighting was the most intense on the front lines of the battlefield. "Little brother, which battalion are you from? Why did you come here?" The lanky middle-aged man slashed out a shocking sword wave, dispersing the Black Ink clan army in front of him and giving him a moment to ask Xianxia amidst the chaos. "4th Division Mountain Battalion," he simply said. Technically, he wasn't lying, as he indeed came out of Blue Sky Pass with the 4th Division Mountain Battalion. The middle-aged man sighed, subconsciously believing that the 4th Division Mountain Battalion's warship had been destroyed. Due to this, the boy in front of him was forced onto the battlefield alone, so he said, "Get back on board. You're not qualified to be out here." Coincidentally, their battalion's warship was coming up on them. Although Xianxia did not belong to their battalion, they were all fighting for the same cause. Therefore, taking him aboard their ship was not an issue. Xianxia turned to look at this man, raised his spear, and began condensing a scorching power that filled the surrounding void. The cry of the golden crow rang out as a great sun appeared. The surrounding void was suddenly illuminated as this great sun rose. The golden crow cried out ecstatically as it circled around the great sun. The great sun perched itself atop the long spear, and Xianxia thrust it out into a nearby mass of Black Ink clansmen. A massive halo suddenly erupted within the Black Ink clan army and ignited a region 1,000 kilometers in radius. The blazing force of the light blanketed the landscape. The space itself began warping under the force. A great number of Black Ink clansmen yelled and wailed before disintegrating into ash under the light of the great sun. With a single strike, at least 10,000 Black Ink clansmen were obliterated. The nearby old man's brow rose as he and the young man looked at Yang Kai in great shock while the beautiful woman exclaimed, "Divine manifestation?" They had witnessed the great sun's brilliance, and they knew that it was no ordinary divine ability or secret technique. It was undoubtedly a divine manifestation. But how could a sixth-order master have a divine manifestation? How was that possible? The four of them almost thought they had seen wrong. Only seventh-order masters were capable of using divine manifestations, and not every seventh-order master had comprehended one. Despite the fact that all four of them were seventh-order masters, only the old man and the middle-aged man who spoke to Yang Kai just now had their own divine manifestations. The other two had yet to fully comprehend one. The young man and the lovely woman exchanged glances as they both noticed the astonishment in each other's eyes and simultaneously felt somewhat ashamed. Unlike the two of them, this sixth-order junior could cast a divine manifestation, which was simply unprecedented in their opinion. Although Yang Kai didn't say anything, his message was clear as he cast a quick glance at the middle-aged man who spoke to him earlier on. "Though I'm an order lower than you, I'm not that weak. There's no need for me to fall back." The middle-aged man instantly understood as he grinned, though his brow twitched slightly as he spoke. "Since that's the case, do as you please. Just be careful, kid. On the battlefield, you can only rely on yourself. Don't count on anyone saving you if you find yourself in trouble." With that said, he refocused his attention on his own battle. Although the great sun eliminated a large number of enemies, the Black Ink clans soon regrouped. These enemies, surrounded by Black Ink strength, seemed almost inexhaustible. Back near Blue Sky Pass defense line, Zhong Liang and Feng Ying strained their eyes as they scanned the battlefield. As the Western Army commander, Zhong Liang had issued an order to all the battalions to search for Yang Kai, but due to the chaotic nature of the battlefield, the actual number of people who could seek out Yang Kai was quite limited. As a result, Zhong Liang had gotten no useful information up to this point. He only knew that after Yang Kai escaped the 4th Division Mountain Battalion, he flew off into the battlefield alone. Nobody knew his whereabouts now. Suddenly, somewhere out on the battlefield several tens of thousands of kilometers away, a distinctive explosion of light occurred. Zhong Liang's expression changed as he immediately looked over. He remembered the first time he saw Yang Kai casting purifying light on the battlefield. The bright and pure white light was a sight never before seen in this war. With the eruption of that white light, the Black Ink territory lord who battled against Zhong Liang was badly injured and subsequently killed by Feng Ying. Right now, what caught their eyes was not a pure white light though, but a dazzling orange-red light like a small sundae. Zhong Liang felt both relieved and disappointed. He was relieved that it wasn't the purifying light as he was concerned that Yang Kai might reveal it again in the heat of battle. It would be too obvious that it could suppress the Black Ink clan once that happened, and the leaders of the Black Ink clan wouldn't naturally not ignore such a threat, putting Yang Kai into a risky position. However, he was disappointed as it didn't provide any clues about Yang Kai's whereabouts. On the other hand, Feng Ying's eyes lit up as she shouted, "Martial uncle, over there!" She pointed to where the little sun erupted. That was created by Yang Kai? Zhong Liang frowned. Golden Crow casts the sun. That's his divine manifestation. Feng Ying said, nodding. Divine manifestation? He has a divine manifestation? Although it is unbelievable, he does. I saw him use it once as we were making our way back here, Feng Ying confirmed. Due to this event, Feng Ying was able to locate Yang Kai, making it a stroke of luck in this chaotic battlefield. Zhong Liang gaped, unsure what to say. A 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master possessed a divine manifestation? This was something never heard of or seen before. What sort of heaven-defying aptitude did it require for Yang Kai to possess a divine manifestation in the sixth order? But the words came from Feng Ying, so it shouldn't be a mistake. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Zhong Liang raged. Well, you never asked. Everyone was drawn to Yang Kai's purifying light when he arrived at Blue Sky Pass. They knew he had mastered the means of restraining black ink strength and thus had great hopes for this method. Who would have paid attention to Yang Kai's own strengths and aptitude at that point? Forget about if Yang Kai was a heaven-defying talent, even if he was a mediocre individual, purifying light was all that was necessary to make him critical to the human race and someone who had to be protected at all cost. Adjutant! Zhong Liang abruptly yelled. A seventh-order open heaven young woman rushed over, cupped her fist and shouted, "Sir! What's the situation with the Eastern, Northern, and Southern armies?" Zhong Liang asked anxiously. The woman quickly replied, "The 3 army commanders have responded and agreed to cooperate with the operations here." Martial Peak, Chapter 4968, Feudal Lords Attack. Good. It appears that they are also aware of the severity of the situation and will not be a hindrance. Zhong Liang replied solemnly, "Pass down my order. With the reinforcements from the other 3 armies, we will launch a full offensive." The 4 armies of Blue Sky Pass were organized into 4 defensive lines. This was a traditional formation that had not changed in hundreds of thousands of years. There were of course instances where one army would require help from another, but in general, each army functioned separately in order to hold their own defense line and repel the Black Ink clan. This time, however, in order to save Yang Kai from the chaotic battlefield, Zhong Liang couldn't care less. So, he notified Ding Yao, Liang Yulong, and Shen Tumo to send some of their forces here to assist him so he could bring Yang Kai back. The other army commanders were shocked when they heard the news. They cursed Yang Kai for being so foolish to sneak out to the battlefield. Worse, no one knew where he was or even whether he was still alive or not. Still, as the only user of purifying light, his existence was critical to the entire Blue Sky Pass and even the human race as a whole. He could not be allowed to die. The other 3 army commanders severely reprimanded Zhong Liang as they responded to him, blaming him for his lack of supervision. They then immediately made adjustments to their forces to send a portion of them back to the inner sanctum so that they could rush from there to the Western Army defense line to rescue Yang Kai, who was on the Western Army's battlefield. This was the safest option, otherwise, it would be too tough for reinforcements from the 3 armies to fight their way to the Western Front. There were always more than 30,000 people in Blue Sky Pass, and each army contained around 8,000 each. The size of the force was more than enough to deal with the Black Ink clan siege, but as a result of the army being split up, the battle at the other 3 fronts grew increasingly tense. The 3 army commanders did not hesitate to send around 30% of their forces to provide reinforcements, which essentially doubled the amount of troops there were on the Western Front. These masters who had returned were presently gathered in Blue Sky Pass main square. The mission was unknown to them, but each division commander had already been given instructions. Do whatever it takes to locate Yang Kai on the battlefield and ensure that he is brought back safely. In the meantime, the Eastern, Southern, and Northern armies all gave up on their advantages on the battlefield and pulled back to the area around Blue Sky Pass. By shrinking their outer perimeter, they ensured that even with fewer forces, they could hold the line, especially with the assistance of Blue Sky Pass' own defensive armaments. However, this mission had to be completed quickly to avoid any accidents taking place. The Black Ink clan saw what happened, and the territory lords in charge of the Black Ink clan army were perplexed by this. They had no idea why the human forces had abruptly reduced by so much. However, given this opportunity, they would undoubtedly make the most of it. In mere moments, Blue Sky Pass was tightly surrounded on 3 fronts. As for the Western Army, Zhong Liang, who had already ascertained Yang Kai's whereabouts, instantly killed his way out of the inner sanctum, directing Feng Ying in that direction. But as soon as Zhong Liang emerged, he was met by a Black Ink clansman with a powerful aura. the tall and imposing figure was obviously a territory lord with immense black ink strength. Because Zhong Liang foresaw this scenario, he had borrowed men from the other three armies. The lethality and deterrent of Eighth Order Masters was outstanding on the battlefield, so the territory lords would obviously not remain silent once such a master appeared. Those with weaker cultivations would have no means to intervene in a battle between such powerhouses. Similarly, the Eighth Order Masters on the human side would do the same once a territory lord was sent out by the Black Ink clan. The two parties had essentially come to an unspoken agreement about such things after battling for so long. Go! Zhong Liang commanded Feng Ying as he cast a gaze across the battlefield and fixed a glare on the territory lord who was heading in his direction. Feng Ying nodded. Though she had killed a territory lord once before, that was only because that territory lord was already seriously exhausted and injured, and had been further wounded by Yang Kai's purifying light. If she really encountered a territory lord herself, she would definitely not be his opponent. Furthermore, she had something more important to do, which was to bring Yang Kai back safely. Be careful, martial uncle. Holding a razor-sharp sword, Feng Ying charged into the battle. From behind her came a powerful clash of power as Zhong Liang engaged the territory lord somewhere in the void. As soon as the two masters clashed, a radius of several thousand kilometers around them was evacuated as neither side dared to approach them. This was a battlefield solely for the two of them. Warships and masters surged towards the Black Ink clan's lines as a dozen Eighth Order masters also rushed out from behind the surging Western army. The humans became increasingly aggressive, stunning the Black Ink clan. For many months now, the humans had been entirely on the defensive and never launched counterattacks unless they had a decisive advantage. This was certainly not the situation right now, though, so the Black Ink clan were quite confused about the human masters' thinking. The Black Ink clan still responded swiftly when they noticed several division commanders being sent out against them. Territory lords from the Black Ink clan's rear appeared one after another to meet the enemy. Eyes from the two sides of great experts clashed in the void, unleashing endless murderous intent. Only a moment later, the Eighth Order division commanders and the territory lords clashed. Divine abilities and secret techniques bloomed, and the universe trembled as figures transformed into streams of light and surged towards one another. However, the human side was undoubtedly at a disadvantage due to the imbalance in the numbers, with some division commanders having to engage two territory lords at once. Zhong Liang experienced a similar situation. He was quickly met by a territory lord as soon as he stepped onto the battlefield, but it was not long before another territory lord emerged and joined the fight. The human side had always had a disadvantage when it came to numbers against the Black Ink clan though, so all the Eighth Order masters had experienced fighting two enemies at once. Deep into the battlefield, Yang Kai silently slaughtered enemies around him. He came to advance to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, and for this reason, he deliberately made up an excuse to deceive Feng Ying and used others to sneak out of Blue Sky Pass. However, when he arrived on the battlefield and became completely immersed in the fight, he had no time to ponder on his breakthrough. All he could do was focus and give it his all in battle. He cooperated with the 4 Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters nearby, and it was not long before the number of Black Ink clansmen that died at his hands became countless. Initially, the old man was worried that Yang Kai couldn't keep up with their pace and intensity, but as time passed, he surprisingly found that though Yang Kai was a mere 6th Order Master, his head count was not lesser than theirs. Moreover, he seemed to have no trouble keeping up with and even coordinating with them. They worked together as if they had been comrades for years. This realization made the old man and others feel relieved, and soon they simply considered him another 7th Order Master. Yang Kai, fighting on this battlefield, soon discovered a peculiarity. Under the premise of them being in the same realm, the average strength of a Black Ink clansman was weaker than that of a human master. Yang Kai, for instance, easily butchered many high-rank Black Ink clansmen that were equivalent to 6th Order Masters. However, none of these enemies was on par with the 6th Order Masters he knew. In Voidland, There were plenty of Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with varying depths of heritage. As a result, their strength varied greatly as well. Nevertheless, none of the high-rank Black Ink clansmen here would be a match for even the weakest Sixth-Order Master in Voidland. In fact, Yang Kai first became aware of this issue when he was following Feng Ying back to Blue Sky Pass. However, at the time, he paid little attention to it. Back then, before he could even take action, the majority of Black Ink clansmen would be dealt with by Feng Ying and the others while he focused on saving Black Ink disciples. Thus, at that time, he only at best cleaned up the leftovers. Prior to that, Yang Kai had pretended to be a Black Ink disciple for 2 years, so he had not fought any of them during that time. It was only now that Yang Kai was able to confirm his original suspicions. Even so, until now, he had only fought those below the Black Ink feudal lords, so he did not know whether this trend was consistent among the stronger Black Ink clan masters. "Watch out, the feudal lords are going to launch an attack." A cry was heard from the beautiful woman. Yang Kai's heart clenched upon hearing that. Wasn't this the moment he had been looking for? This was the first time he participated on the defensive side of the war between the two races, so he didn't know much about the situation on the battlefield. On the other hand, the old man and his comrades were very clear that the higher ranking a Black Ink clansman was, the less they cared about their lower clansman's life or death. Every time the two races fought, the Black Ink clan would send forth its weaker members to wear down the human army. Only after grinding down the human strength would the real masters from the Black Ink clan show up in an attempt to catch the enemy off guard. The old man and the others had been fighting for about 2 hours already, yet they had not encountered a single feudal lord during this time. It was clear what the enemy was up to. As soon as the word came out, a figure suddenly rushed out from a dense Black Ink cloud close to the old man. The old man frowned before extending his hand and directly charging towards the approaching enemy. The feudal lords who had been hiding all this while, all took action simultaneously, emerging from the Black Ink clouds to launch an ambush. The middle-aged man, young man, and beautiful woman were instantly pinned down. To top it all off, the middle-aged man was actually caught between two powerful enemies. Several feudal lords rushed towards the warship and began bombarding it. However, the humans had long gotten used to dealing with such tactics. Furthermore, warships were all refined with this exact situation in mind, so even without any high-rank master on board, with the aid of powerful defensive and offensive artifacts, the weaker human masters could still hold off such an assault. The Black Ink clan immediately became fiercely entangled with the battalion Yang Kai was accompanying. Suddenly, a rather slender female Black Ink clansman leapt out of a large group of enemies and sent a palm strike out at Yang Kai. Caught off guard, Yang Kai was sent tumbling by this sudden attack. The next moment, he frowned as he realized that this female Black Ink clansman was actually a feudal lord. Apparently, she had hidden in the group of Black Ink clansmen previously while concealing her strength, causing Yang Kai to not notice her until she struck. Martial Peak, Chapter 4969, You Talk Too Much. The female feudal lord resembled a typical human in terms of her physical form. She even wore revealing clothing, and the black lines that covered her exposed flesh gave her entire figure a bewitching appearance. She glanced at Yang Kai with cold eyes and was surprised that he survived her sudden assassination attempt. Since the two races had been at war for so long, they had a fair understanding of each other's strengths. While she was hiding in the Black Ink clan army, she noticed that Yang Kai was only a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, whereas she was a feudal lord on par with a 7th Order Human Master. It didn't make sense that he had survived her sneak attack. However, she soon began to giggle, her long, crimson, forked snake-like tongue licking her lips seductively. Her figure then flickered and transformed into a black cloud of smoke. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he instinctively thrust his spear forward. Subsequently, the figure of the female feudal lord was revealed, avoiding the deadly spear and appearing directly to his left. She patted him lightly with her seemingly soft little hand, but her palm strike contained a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power. Yang Kai just barely managed to block the blow with his spear. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Star. Yang Kai countered 3 successive palms but was forced to retreat several hundred meters before somehow stabilizing himself. At that moment, he could feel the vitality in his chest roiling and fresh blood threatened to leak from his lips. With nothing more than stubborn will, he forcefully choked back down the metallic liquid. The female feudal lord was now genuinely stunned, to the point where she didn't use this opening to kill Yang Kai. Rather, she gasped slightly as she stared at him. This human seems different from the others. He's clearly in the 6th order, but he's considerably stronger than any other 6th order human I've killed before. On the opposite side, Yang Kai brandished his spear, sweeping clean all the blank ink clansmen that were charging towards him, reducing them to a cloud blank ink strength. He then aimed his spear at the female feudal lord and smirked, "You really are quite weak." He had now confirmed his earlier hypothesis. Under the premise that they were in the same relative realm, the Black Ink clan masters were indeed weaker than their human counterparts. Yang Kai had not been certain about this before. After all, he had not faced a feudal lord alone before now. It was only after he traded blows with this female feudal lord that he was able to verify his speculations. It was also at this moment that Yang Kai figured out why this odd dichotomy was. In order to reach the open heaven realm, humans needed to cultivate for a very long time. There were no shortcuts to this process, even if the person wanted to only make an initial breakthrough to the 1st order. What's more, after reaching the open heaven realm, it required a lot of time and effort to advance to the next order. Therefore, no matter which order a human master was in, their foundation and heritage would be much stronger compared to those from the Black Ink clan, whose cultivation was fundamentally different. The Black Ink clan were born from the Black Ink nests, and their advancement also depended on it. As a result, while they needed less time to develop than human masters, their strength was not acquired through personal effort and comprehension, thus it was not as refined. Unfortunately, Black Ink's strength was incredibly corrosive and a strong deterrent to humans, restricting them in combat to a great extent, which compensated for the Black Ink clan's lack of raw strength. In that sense, even if there was a one-on-one battle between a feudal lord and a 7th order master, it was impossible to predict who would prevail. Of course, this was all before Yang Kai appeared. With his arrival, the humans possessed the means necessary to purify and disperse Black Ink strength. Thus, it no longer posed as much of a threat to them. It didn't matter if their small universe got unintentionally contaminated as long as they weren't fully corrupted by the Black Ink strength. They simply had to return to a purifying Black Ink battleship before losing themselves entirely, and the issue would be instantly resolved. This was also the reason why Zhong Liang and the other army commanders put so much importance on Yang Kai's existence, to the point that they actually reassigned thousands of masters just to rescue him and bring him back from the battlefield. In addition to boosting morale, the ability to purify and dispel Black Ink strength also increased the battle efficiency of the human army, enabling them to go all out without fear. Regardless, a feudal lord was still a feudal lord, a master on par with a 7th order human. Yang Kai would never lower his guard against such an opponent. Although his words were provocative, his expression remained solemn. The provocation proved to be successful. Possibly as a result of her own attack failing twice, the female feudal lord was completely furious. Not only did she fail to kill Yang Kai, but there weren't even any signs she had been able to seriously injure him. She immediately let out a piercing scream and rushed towards him. The feudal lord released a massive cloud of Black Ink strength, which was so dense it instantly turned into a gigantic blank ink cloud, engulfing Yang Kai inside of it. She now believed it would be too kind to simply kill this arrogant human who was looking down on her despite being weaker. Thus, she made the decision to turn him into her own Black Ink disciple, so she could torture him for a long time to come. Deep inside the Black Ink cloud, Yang Kai put on a guileful expression as he instantly understood his enemy's plan. Unfortunately for her, she had chosen the wrong target. The female feudal lord swam freely through the Black Ink cloud, believing Yang Kai must be feeling flustered as all humans so far would struggle to perform well in such a situation. She didn't assault Yang Kai immediately. Instead, she wanted to enjoy the misery of her enemy, a rare interest she had on the battlefield. To her astonishment, though, what came next was a sharp flying blade. This attack shocked the female feudal lord, who quickly dodged to the side as soon as she sensed it approaching. Followed by a slight pain in the cheek, where it had been injured by the attack, black blood stained the palm of her hand as she reached up to wipe it. The female feudal lord was truly incensed now. How could she have allowed such a weakling to injure her? Unfortunately, the next moment, her fury turned to panic as a storm of attacks flew at her incessantly. Realizing she had greatly underestimated her opponent, the female feudal lord knew that dodging here would only cause her to fall into a disadvantage, losing any opportunity to counterattack. With no other choice, she clenched her teeth and hurled herself at her attacker, sending out a flurry of palm strikes to meet the enemy head-on. The black ink cloud roiled turbulently as violent energy fluctuations and deafening rumbling sounds continuously erupted from it. Yang Kai pushed his supreme limitless spear art without restraint. Every thrust, sweep, and slash carried with them the essence of his lifetime of cultivation. Likewise, the female feudal lord refused to back down. She found Yang Kai's behavior irritating, and she wished for nothing more than to make him submit before her. Inside the dense blank ink cloud, the pair engaged in a deadly melee. At some point, Yang Kai was sent tumbling, his eyes reddening as he panted hard and stared at the hazy figure in front of him. His clothes were shredded and fresh blood was dripping from hundreds of wounds that covered his body. Even his face was stained with golden blood, showing how mercilessly he had fought. The female feudal lord's palms were not her real weapons. After engaging several hundred blows with her, Yang Kai had deeply understood that it was actually her razor-sharp claws that she was using to deal damage. Her nails were so hard and sharp that it really made him wonder how she cultivated them. At that same time, her claws were imbued with dense black ink strength that acted like a kind of poison. Whenever he was wounded, black ink strength would seep into his body. If a normal cultivator suffered such injuries, they would quickly be corrupted by black ink strength and degenerate into a blank ink disciple. Of course, Yang Kai had no such worries. He had a world spring in his small universe that could perfectly suppress and seal black ink strength, making him practically immune to its corrosive effects. The battle between the two had only lasted a dozen breaths or so, yet Yang Kai was already looking quite ragged. He wasn't the only one struggling though, as the female feudal lord was not feeling much better than him. She had underestimated Yang Kai's strength greatly and had fallen into an unfavorable position. Despite the fact that she made a concerted effort to regain control of the battle, the Azure Dragon Spear had left its mark on her, especially on her lower abdomen where the spear had almost pierced right through her, drawing a thick stream of black blood from a grievous wound. Her clothes, which were originally quite revealing, were now completely torn, leaving her practically naked. Still, she licked the fresh blood from her lips with her long tongue and glared at Yang Kai with hatred in her eyes. Wiping her hand across the wound on her abdomen, she snarled, "Just you wait, once you're my black ink disciple, I will make you beg for d—" From the thick black cloud, a fist suddenly emerged in front of her eyes and slammed hard into her pretty face. The female feudal lord instantly felt as though she had been hit by the entire universe world, as the immense force sent her flying. "You talk too much." Yang Kai ripped off his torn shirt and revealed his chiseled muscles. As he stretched himself slightly, his body made a cracking sound, after which all the cuts he suffered stopped bleeding and closed up. Contrastingly, flashes of golden stars appeared before the female feudal lord's eyes. That punch left her in a bad state as she felt her nose being broken and tears were now streaming down her face. If it had been a weaker black ink clansman who took that punch, their head would have exploded on the spot. Fortunately for her, she had responded quickly when she realized something was off and condensed her black ink strength to defend herself. Even so, she had been badly injured. The power of that punch genuinely frightened her. What was more unbelievable was the fact that her black ink strength didn't seem to have any effect on Yang Kai at all. Forget about corrupting him, he didn't even seem to notice its existence at all. Somehow managing to stabilize herself inside the black ink cloud, she gasped to steady herself. The hazy figure in front of her quickly approached though, as a menacing voice rang in her ears. Come! This fight is just getting started. I won't take advantage of you, so bring out all your skills. Today either you die or I perish. The female feudal lord's brow furiously twitched and she involuntarily took a step backwards. Her instincts were telling her to turn around and flee, but what face would she have left if she really did that? She was only facing a sixth-order human master. If she ran from such an opponent, she wouldn't have a place in the Black Ink clan in the future. Martial Peak, Chapter 4970, My Condolences. The female feudal lord quickly realized what Yang Kai meant when he said that he wouldn't take advantage of her. He actually put away his artifact and then leapt towards her, throwing out his fists as he flew. She dodged the attack by diving to the side as rage began surging within her. She was even angrier now that she was being looked down upon and mocked by a mere sixth-order human. With a fierce cry, blank ink strength erupted from her and she assailed Yang Kai, her razor-sharp claws serving as her weapons as she slashed wildly. Ignoring her attack entirely, Yang Kai raised his fist and punched out, engaging in a deadly melee. Hong hong hong. Black and golden blood splattered out. The pair even began coughing up blood onto each other's faces as their bodies trembled fiercely. In just a short time, the female feudal lord's ferocity was quickly dulled, as the momentum she had collapsed. She hadn't met a human like this before. Everyone in the human race had viewed death slightly differently in critical situations, and there were indeed times when her enemies would choose to drag Black Ink clansmen down with them in death. However, Yang Kai was the first human she had encountered who was so vicious. How is he human? He's more like a ravenous beast. What made her even more terrified was that the erosion of Black Ink's strength seemed to have no effect on him. Even with the help of her sharp claws, there was no evidence of Black Ink's strength corrupting him. She was quite hopeful that it would still take effect. If it did, she could take him down with ease once her Black Ink strength had completely corrupted him. She might even be able to obtain a powerful new Black Ink disciple. It had to be noted that capturing a Black Ink disciple on the battlefield was something to be proud of in the Black Ink clan. However, even now, this man's consciousness remained crystal clear. Not only that, the power from each of his punches was heavier than the previous one. There were no signs of him weakening at all. She was well versed in regards to humans and was aware that their small universes served as a foundation of their cultivation. If the small universe was disrupted, it would affect their strength. Logically speaking, after all these violent clashes, Yang Kai's combat ability should have been reduced. But it was the complete opposite for him. Additionally, close combat was not her forte. The dreadful thought that she would perish at the hands of this strange human slowly crept into the female feudal lord's mind. She was terrified when this notion crossed her thoughts, and she seriously considered fleeing. After another clash, the female feudal lord suddenly tried to shake off Yang Kai and retreat. Want to run? Yang Kai glared fiercely. He did not immediately chase after her, but rather his body shook and the void stretched infinitely as space principles surged. Near distant horizon. The female feudal lord was shocked to discover that no matter how hard she tried to escape, she was unable to move away from Yang Kai due to some strange power engulfing her. What is this secret technique? Despite the fact that she had no idea what the mystery of this secret technique was, her fingers were moving as swiftly as the wind, and she immediately broke free of its restraints by disrupting the space around her. In the end, she was still stronger than Yang Kai in terms of realms. Thus, near-distant horizon couldn't trap her for long. But thanks to this moment of delay, Yang Kai successfully caught up to her, and the fierce battle continued. Outside, on the battlefield, Feng Ying wielded her long sword. She was one of the strongest seventh-order masters in Blue Sky Pass, so no one other than a Black Ink territory lord could stop her. All around her, sword chi flashed as Blank Ink clansmen died before Feng Ying even approached them. Even a Black Ink clan feudal lord could hardly resist 3 strikes from her sword. They could either flee or fight on knowing they would die. She had not used her divine manifestation, but if she did, her strength would only increase further. Feng Ying once killed a territory lord, even if she did so with Yang Kai's assistance, so it was clear she had an incredibly strong heritage. She kept moving forward, with many allies helping her clear the way, and eventually reached the front lines of the battle. At the spot where Golden Crow casts the sun had previously erupted, she turned around and looked in all directions. Her divine sense surged, but she was unable to locate Yang Kai at all. Her face suddenly sank. Could it be that she was too late and Yang Kai had already been killed? 2 feudal lords were besieging a 7th Order master nearby, and he was in danger of dying at any moment. Even though humans were somewhat stronger than those from the Black Ink clan in the same realm, 2 fists could not block 4 strikes. Once 2 feudal lords joined forces, most 7th Order masters would not be their opponent. Slashing out with her sword, Feng Ying struck the 2 feudal lords and forced them to retreat temporarily. "Have you seen Yang Kai?" she urgently questioned, grabbing the collar of the 7th Order master before he re-engaged the 2 feudal lords. The old man who was caught by her was stunned and asked, "Who's Yang Kai?" Suddenly, Feng Ying remembered that not everyone knew who Yang Kai was, or what he looked like. She realized that she might not be able to learn anything by asking this question, so she instantly changed the question to, "Have you seen a strange 6th Order youth?" "You're looking for him?" The elderly man instantly knew who she was referring to. This old man was one of the 4 masters that Yang Kai had been cooperating with before. There were innumerable 6th Order youths on the battlefield, but Feng Ying must have her reason for asking, so the old man recalled a certain 6th Order master right away. "Where is he?" Feng Ying was nervous about the response she would receive. She was afraid the answer was not what she wanted to hear. The old man's expression suddenly darkened, and he pointed to a specific area, saying, "In there, dealing with a feudal lord." Looking in the direction he was pointing, Feng Ying noticed a sizable gathering of Black Ink clouds. Feng Ying's heart clenched. That brat was very strong, but unfortunately, the old man let out a small sigh. He would have liked to look after Yang Kai on the battlefield if it were possible, but unfortunately, he was entirely preoccupied with dealing with the 2 feudal lords who surrounded him and couldn't render any aid. The old man didn't know how Feng Ying was related to Yang Kai, so he simply blurted out, "My condolence." He was almost positive that the feudal lord had already killed the boy. After all, even if it was him, his fate would not be pleasant if he were to fight inside those Black Ink clouds. "He won't die so easily." Feng Ying gritted her teeth. She had witnessed Yang Kai's abilities. What's more, Yang Kai still had a world spring and would not be corrupted by Black Ink strength. He could even transform into a grand dragon. But she was also aware that Yang Kai would not simply transform into his grand dragon form even if his life was in danger solely because he entered the battlefield this time to seek an opportunity to break through. Transforming into a grand dragon simply meant he failed to accomplish his goal. Feng Ying sped towards the Black Ink cloud as soon as the words were spoken. The very next moment, though, a sudden change occurred. 2 entwined figures suddenly burst out of an enormous Black Ink cloud. The 2 were so close to each other, it was as if they were one person. The murderous aura emanating from the 2 figures made one's blood run cold. Feng Ying's eyes lit up as soon as she recognized that one of the figures was Yang Kai. He's still alive. He can still be saved. Just when Feng Ying prepared to rush to his rescue, she stopped abruptly, her expression odd. The old man was also shocked when he looked over. It was the previous female feudal lord who was entangled with Yang Kai, with his arms tightly encircled around her body like chains. This was only possibly because her figure was quite small. If she was like most Black Ink clansmen, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to use his arms to tie her up like this. It was possible to imagine the intensity of the power of Yang Kai's physique as fresh blood continued to spew forth from the mouth of the female feudal lord. The bones in her upper body had been crushed, and it was clear that her chest had caved in slightly. Her pain was visible in the twisted expression on her face. Yang Kai's shirt was gone, leaving him half naked, while the female feudal lord was also almost completely naked in her shredded clothing. Feng Ying and the elderly man were at a loss for words as they observed this scene. Naturally, this had not been part of Yang Kai's original plan. It was just that the female feudal lord was constantly trying to escape. Even though he once used near-distant horizon to stop her, he might not be able to do so if she tried again. In order to prevent his opponent from fleeing, Yang Kai had to resort to this. Although his cultivation was one minor realm lower than his opponent, the ferocity of Yang Kai's strength was enough to battle against this female feudal lord. As she was struggling to escape, more of her bones broke and stabbed into her organs, causing her immense pain. With her life on the line, she held nothing back, but because she was unable to use her arms as they were currently bound, she used her knees to kick and struggle against Yang Kai's lower half. Fortunately, Yang Kai was prepared for this as well, and as a result, he managed to wrap his legs around hers and lock them in place. It was this scene that appeared in front of Feng Ying and the others. Yang Kai unleashed a vicious headbutt, causing him to see stars while knocking the female feudal lord's head back. A large bump even formed on Yang Kai's forehead as a result, but he couldn't care less at the moment. The female feudal lord, of course, didn't just lay there waiting for death and fought back with everything she had. The sound of their battle echoed all around. All the Open Heaven Realm Masters gasped when they saw this scene. It was the first time they had witnessed such a scene even after fighting against the Black Ink clan for so long. Yang Kai's brutality was simply shocking. Where did this guy come from? Predicting that Yang Kai was going to headbutt her again, the female feudal lord stretched her slender neck, resulting in his attack missing its mark. The next instant, her stretched-out head abruptly bounced back. Her cherry lips parted to reveal the fangs in the corners of her mouth as she bit towards the nearest exposed target. Feng Ying had come to help immediately after recognizing Yang Kai's figure, but she was too late, as she had to witness the female feudal lord's teeth sinking into Yang Kai's neck with her own eyes. Martial Peak, Chapter 4971, Join Forces to Kill the Enemy. Feng Ying's heart nearly stopped at that precise moment. If Yang Kai died here, it would be an immeasurable loss to the entire human race. Even though she wanted to aid him, Yang Kai and the female feudal master were literally entangled with each other, so she did not dare to simply intervene. All she could do was move close and prepare to assist at a moment's notice. Suddenly, a resounding dragon roar sounded through the void, and before Feng Ying's eyes, Yang Kai, who had been bitten by the female feudal lord, unleashed the power of his dragon vein. His head shook and transformed into a grand dragon's head, with sharp horns and a flowing beard. Although his head turned into that of a dragon, his body remained human, giving him a very strange appearance. The dragon head turned in a swift movement, opened its giant maw, and bit brutally into the female feudal lord's slender neck, letting her get a taste of her own medicine. Feng Ying's face twitched when she saw this strange scene. Yang Kai and the female feudal lord seemed to be hugging, with their heads pressed against each other's necks, like a pair of passionate lovers. Of course, the murderous intent that radiated from them made it clear that they wanted nothing more than to kill one another. Dragon roars and piercing screams sounded continuously as fresh blood spewed everywhere. Shortly after, the dragon head suddenly pulled back, and the female feudal lord's head was ripped clean off. A bewildered and incredulous expression hung on her face as her vitality swiftly dissipated. Fresh black blood poured out like a fountain from the place where her head had been torn off. Meanwhile, the dragon's jaw crunched hard, while the body previously imprisoned in Yang Kai's arms was burst by a violent force. Yang Kai raised his head to the sky after spitting out the filth in his mouth and roared. On the chaotic battlefield, his figure terrified numerous Black Ink clansmen, none daring to approach him. The battle with the female feudal lord was truly dangerous, but his enemy had looked down on him too much, allowing Yang Kai to gain a decisive advantage. The female feudal lord tried her hardest to reverse the situation, but in such close quarters, her options were severely limited. In the end, she eventually lost and died in battle. The next moment, Yang Kai felt someone rushing at him and instinctually threw out his fist. Feng Ying became pale in shock and immediately flourished her sword to deflect the punch while at the same time shouting, "Yang Kai." Upon hearing his name, Yang Kai brought his fist back and locked eyes with the person approaching from behind. His blood-red eyes flashed, and his violent impulses finally began to subside. He then nodded to Feng Ying, and the massive dragon head returned to its original form. Feng Ying took a deep breath as she looked down at his neck. A bite wound on Yang Kai's neck was vivid and clear. A deep gash that made it a fair way through his neck demonstrated just how much strength the female feudal lord used at the very end. If Yang Kai hadn't reacted quickly enough, Feng Ying might actually have had to collect his corpse. Nevertheless, fortune had favored him. Yang Kai appeared to be seriously injured, but such a wound was actually not a major issue to a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master. "Have you come to your senses?" Feng Ying inquired. Killing a Black Ink feudal lord all on his own was a major accomplishment for a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, but Feng Ying felt that in that life-or-death battle, Yang Kai had completely lost track of his surroundings and given in to his battle instincts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried to punch her when she approached him. Yang Kai nodded in response, feeling a little guilty. Army Commander Zhong has ordered you to immediately return to the inner sanctum, Feng Ying remarked. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. "I'm part of the human race too." The connotation was he wanted to contribute on the battlefield between the two races. Feng Ying gritted her teeth as she solemnly warned, "On the battlefield, orders are absolute. Yang Kai, don't make things difficult for me." She came here to get Yang Kai to return. Even though she knew exactly why he had come to this battlefield, a breakthrough to the Seventh Order was something that should not be rushed. His safety was of utmost importance. Feng Ying really didn't know what she should do if Yang Kai insisted on not returning. She couldn't force him to obey, could she? "Marshal Ant, I'm not officially a member of Blue Sky Pass, so the army commander's orders can't restrain me," Yang Kai grinned. When she heard those words, Feng Ying was taken aback. Yang Kai was indeed not registered in Blue Sky Pass. Although he had been there for some time, with the ongoing war and the vital role he had to play, there was simply no time for Yang Kai to officially register himself, let alone be assigned a position in one of the armies. Feng Ying couldn't argue either if he insisted on using this reasoning. In a daze, Yang Kai dashed away, heading straight towards the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Black Ink Clan feudal lords who were still battling it out nearby. Feng Ying hurriedly chased after him, advising him bitterly as she traveled side by side with him, "Yang Kai, consider the big picture. I'm just a Sixth Order junior. I don't know what big picture you're talking about. All I know is that the Black Ink Clan is here, and that agitates me," Yang Kai replied nonchalantly. As the words fell, the pair had already closed in on a Black Ink feudal lord. This feudal lord, along with another comrade, was originally fighting the old man, but he was now diverted away by Yang Kai, which immediately eased the pressure on the elderly man. Seeing how stubborn Yang Kai was acting, and realizing that this chaotic battlefield was not a suitable place to convince him, Feng Ying clenched her teeth, drew her fingers across her blade, and shouted, "Myriad Swords Dragon!" With a loud clatter, thousands of sword waves emerged behind her. These sword waves were so dense that they were practically solid, with sharp sword chi emanating from them. The sword waves quickly gathered towards her, forming the body of a 1,000-meter-long sword dragon. As for Feng Ying herself, she was perfectly hidden inside the head of the sword dragon. The dragon roared, and it shot directly towards the direction of Yang Kai and the feudal lord. When he saw this, the feudal lord, who was fighting against Yang Kai, became pale with fright. The Black Ink clan was well versed in their enemy's tactics and abilities, so, at a glance, he recognized the Myriad Swords Dragon as a human master's divine manifestation. how would he have the audacity to take it head-on? Immediately, he tried to flee, but how could Yang Kai allow that? Immediately, space principles flared and shackled the feudal lord in place. Frozen for an instant, the feudal lord watched helplessly as the sword dragon opened its terrifying maw and devoured him in one gulp. Yang Kai was also devoured by the sword dragon along with the feudal lord, as he was just too close for Feng Ying's attack to succeed without avoiding him, not that she planned to either. Once Yang Kai entered the sword dragon's belly, he vividly felt the deadly murderous intent and the rich sword chi around him, but he remained unharmed. On the contrary, the feudal lord, who had been devoured by Feng Ying's sword dragon too, cried out ceaselessly as his body was viscously cut to pieces. A short while later, the aura of the feudal lord disappeared, indicating that Feng Ying had killed him. Even so, she had no intention of letting Yang Kai out. The massive sword dragon turned around and began rushing back towards Blue Sky Pass. If Yang Kai refused to return to Blue Sky Pass, she would just capture him and bring him back herself. However, just as she turned to leave, Feng Ying's expression changed. This was because Yang Kai was thrashing around inside the sword dragon's belly, attempting to break free. Yang Kai was rapidly covered in wounds despite Feng Ying's best efforts to restrict her sword chi. He clearly has no intention of compromising. His relentless efforts proved how he would not stop until he escaped or she allowed him to leave. Feng Ying felt like stomping her foot in frustration. Of course, she could lock Yang Kai in the sword dragon, but doing so would only result in a lose-lose situation. After some thought, the myriad swords dragon opened an exit, and Yang Kai emerged outside in an instant. "Smelly brat, what do you think you're doing?" Feng Ying raged. "We collaborated quite well just now, how about we join forces to kill some enemies?" Grinned Yang Kai as blood dripped from his wounds. "You want to join forces with me? I have the power to restrict the enemy's movements, and you have the power to eliminate them. We complement each other perfectly." Feng Ying's thoughts shifted as she looked at him from top to bottom. "Is that your only intention?" Yang Kai replied nonchalantly, "You're here already. What other intentions can I have?" Seeing his sincerity, Feng Ying nodded slightly. "I hope that's the case." Forcing Yang Kai to return was basically impossible, so she would have no other option but to guard him since he insisted on staying on the battlefield. Rather than just being by his side guarding him though, it was preferable to work with him to eliminate some enemies. As Yang Kai stated, the restrictive abilities of space principles was extremely useful, and the power of the myriad swords dragon was overwhelming. With the two of them joining forces, only a territory lord would be able to stop them. Of course, Feng Ying also had made other considerations before agreeing to Yang Kai. Seeing how Yang Kai was acting, he seemed to have given up on his original purpose of coming to the Black Ink battlefield. The purpose of sneaking out was undoubtedly to grasp the opportunity to break through while treading the fine line between life and death. However, the atmosphere of the battlefield had influenced him, causing him to fully immerse himself in it, seeking the blood of the enemy wholeheartedly. This caused him to change his priorities. Thinking about it logically, Feng Ying felt that agreeing with Yang Kai to join forces was her best option, as it would allow her to guard him as closely as possible. Martial Peak, Chapter 4972, Deception. Before the sword dragon could reach them, the two feudal lords had already noticed it, so one of the massive feudal lords came forward, attempting to intercept it. He moved swiftly, but all of a sudden, a figure mysteriously appeared in front of his eyes and obstructed his path. While the feudal lord was slightly taken aback, Yang Kai had already taken action, using space principles to lock the surrounding space. As soon as the feudal lord's huge figure froze, the sword dragon opened its terrifying maw and devoured him, killing him soon after. Elsewhere, the defense lines of the three eastern, southern, and northern armies shrank as they retreated towards Blue Sky Pass under the onslaught of the Black Ink clan army. This couldn't be helped. Originally, the three armies were still holding their ground and even had some small advantages over the Black Ink clan. However, Zhong Liang had to put down his dignity and ask for assistance from the other three armies to bring Yang Kai, who snuck out of Blue Sky Pass, back. The three army commanders, Ding Yao, Liang Yulong, and Shen Tu Mao, knew the importance of Yang Kai, so without hesitation, they sent a portion of their armies to assist. Thus, the three armies could now only switch to a defensive stance, or their lines would collapse. After the division of the armies, the defending Open Heaven Masters became immensely agitated. The majority were unaware of what had occurred. They simply knew there were fewer allies on their side and they had to pull back in order to withstand the Black Ink clan's vicious assault. But this kind of deployment couldn't last for long as the defense lines were at risk of being breached. Once that happened, the Black Ink clan army would be able to directly assault Blue Sky Pass. Though it would still be hard to conquer the Great Pass, casualties would be unavoidable, and if that happened, the foundation of the entire human race's position would be in danger. The three army commanders' expressions darkened. Inside, they were cursing Yang Kai for being so reckless and willful. This battlefield was not a place where one could simply act as they wished. If they managed to bring him back to the inner sanctum afterwards, they would strictly monitor him to ensure he never snuck out to the battlefield again. Approximately 30% of the three armies immediately retreated back to Blue Sky Pass and gathered in the central square. Then, they quickly raced to the Western Army's defense line. Some 7,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters drew their artifacts and began their attack on the Black Ink clan. In an instant, the Black Ink clan was overwhelmed. On the Western Front, the Black Ink clan was initially on par with the Western Army. However, the sudden influx of reinforcements was like an entire additional human army had appeared. How could the Black Ink clan deal with this? One after another, feudal lords were killed, and even some territory lords began to falter. The Western Black Ink army descended into chaos, and the humans took advantage of the situation to slaughter as many as they could. They would definitely not pass up this chance to deal damage to the enemy. On the Western defense line, having at some point disengaged from the territory lord he was previously battling, Zhong Liang stood, peering out at the situation. He had already received a message from Feng Ying, who was on the battlefield. Despite the fact that the battlefield was chaotic and deadly, taking some time to deliver a message was not at all a problem. Yang Kai had been located, but as he refused to return, Feng Ying could not force him back. Moreover, the location they were at was already at the forefront of the battlefield where they could come face to face with Black Ink clan masters at any time. Any negligence could result in disastrous consequences. Feng Ying also said that Yang Kai had given up his intention of achieving a breakthrough and was now cooperating with her to kill the enemy. Their efforts had proved fruitful already. She proceeded to send out a message asking whether they should continue to kill or convince Yang Kai to return. Zhong Liang frowned. Yang Kai had obviously given up his intention to break through, and Feng Ying was protecting him. What's more, the brat had a world spring, so there was no risk of him being corrupted by Black Ink strength. Under such circumstances, being out on the battlefield was not too dangerous. After all the territory lords in the Western region were being dealt with by the Eighth Order Masters. As long as no territory lord took action against them, Feng Ying and Yang Kai would be able to defend themselves. But there were also all the what-if situations. What if both of them accidentally fell into the trap and got surrounded by the enemy? Two fists couldn't block four strikes. Yang Kai's existence was just too vital to be jeopardized. So, after some thought, Zhong Liang responded, urging Feng Ying to convince Yang Kai to return to Blue Sky Pass no matter what. Even if it required her to break his arms and legs to bring him back, it had to be done. Feng Ying replied less than an incense stick later, stating that persuasion failed. Yang Kai insisted on remaining on the battlefield to contribute and indicated that if Feng Ying forced him, he would immediately escape from her sight, which Yang Kai had proven he was capable of by using space principles right in front of her. Feng Ying continued to report that although she was definitely stronger than him, if he really had the intention of escaping, she couldn't stop him. That little bastard! Zhong Liang cursed. This brat is too stubborn. Does he not know how important he is? He couldn't be persuaded to return, so all they could do was force the battle to end as quickly as possible so Yang Kai would have no choice but to withdraw. Zhong Liang immediately sent orders to the division commanders to fight harder and either kill the territory lords or force them to retreat. It was only by doing this that the battle would end and Yang Kai would be forced to return, even if he didn't want to. The current force on the western side was nearly equal to 2 full armies, which proved too much for the Black Ink clan. With every breath, large numbers of Black Ink clansmen were slaughtered, and the sounds of masters dying emerged one after the other on the battlefield. After half a day, the Western Black Ink army had been forced back almost 100,000 kilometers. The human masters were constantly pressuring them and continuing to slaughter them mercilessly. Suddenly, Zhong Liang's female adjutant approached, cupped her fist, and said, "Sir, speak." Martial Peak, Chapter 4973, Surround and Kill. The adjutant got up and stomped angrily as he watched the army leave before hastily sending a message to the northern and southern armies. He then hurriedly followed the army forward. Ding Yao's judgment was swiftly proven correct. Liang Yulong's southern army and Shen Tumo's northern army immediately made the same decision when they received the message stating that Ding Yao ordered his army to pursue the retreating enemy. Within moments, other than those who had to stay behind to tend to the wounded, tens of thousands of human masters set out to attack the enemy from 3 different directions. On the Eastern Army side, Ding Yao led the charge to hunt down the Black Ink clan. He was initially a bit worried that the Black Ink clan was really scheming something, but after chasing them for a while, he discovered that the enemy appeared to have no plots in mind. It was a true retreat with no traps along the way. This made him completely relieved, and to the Black Ink clan army who made a beleaguered retreat, they would show no mercy. It was not when the 2 massive armies were facing one another in a large-scale battle that massive casualties were incurred. Although there would be losses in conflicts when they were battling each other, the casualties suffered would be minimal as long as the difference in strength between the 2 sides was not too big. What truly led to mass casualties was when one party lost the will to fight and was forced to escape. Great results could naturally be achieved when chasing down a disorganized, fleeing enemy as the pursuing side could focus all their attention on attacking. This was the scenario that the Eastern Army found itself in right now. When the Black Ink clan army saw that the human army was pursuing and attacking them from behind, they sacrificed some of their troops to block the Eastern Army. Needless to say, these Black Ink clansmen were rapidly wiped out. The whole of the Eastern Army was deployed, so masters were as numerous as clouds and naturally they dealt significant damage to the enemy. The same situation occurred with both the northern and southern armies as well. The number of Black Ink clansmen killed was so high they couldn't be counted anymore. Ding Yao and the others weren't sure why the Black Ink clan retreated at first, but after pursuing them for some time, they realized that the Black Ink clansmen were all heading in the same direction. The Western Front. The Black Ink clan armies in the north, south, and east were all racing towards the west to provide assistance. When Ding Yao and the rest discovered this, they hurriedly sent a message to Zhong Liang to alert him of the situation. Zhong Liang was shocked as well when he heard the message, because he never anticipated the Black Ink clan to respond in such a manner. It made no sense. Although the Black Ink clan on the Western Front were defeated and were fleeing due to Zhong Liang borrowing so many reinforcements, the Black Ink clan armies in the north, south, and east did not need to risk coming here to rescue them. All the enemy needed to do was continue to attack Blue Sky Pass to overturn their defeat on the Western Front. Given what Zhong Lang knew of the Black Ink clan, he wouldn't be surprised if they were willing to sacrifice their entire western force if they could breach Blue Sky Pass defenses on the other 3 sides. Unlike the human race, the Black Ink clan cared little for their fellow clansmen, so they wouldn't provide support to each other at the risk of their own lives and benefits. There was definitely something wrong here, but for a while, Zhong Liang couldn't figure out what the problem was. However, this had provided him with a tremendous chance. Initially, he had to take a lot of risks by borrowing troops from the 3 other armies. This approach aided the Western Front, but thinned the lines on the south, north, and east. The original plan was for him to wait until the fighting on the Western Front ended before he sent reinforcements to the other 3 fronts. But the Black Ink clan had apparently become impatient for some reason and was now all but handing victory to them. Zhong Liang, who had served as army commander for thousands of years, was extremely sensitive to the ebb and flow of the battlefield, so he did not miss this chance to capitalize on the situation. Immediately, he sent orders to redeploy the army. On the western battlefield, the human masters quickly seized the initiative and began dividing up their forces. Some pursued the remnants of the Black Ink clan's western army while another portion turned around to meet the enemy reinforcements. At the same time, Zhong Liang himself also disappeared from where he stood and hurried towards the battlefield. Ding Yao and others were already fighting on the front lines, and every asset that both Blue Sky Pass and the Black Ink clan possessed had been deployed. It was almost predetermined that the Black Ink clan would lose this war now, so there was no need for Zhong Liang to restrain himself. Soon after, Zhong Liang reached the front lines. The divided army had already prepared itself and was just waiting for the command to attack. When they saw the army commander arrive, their gazes sharpened and they readied themselves to charge. When the division commanders came to inquire about the situation, Zhong Liang did not hold anything back and informed them of the changes on the other 3 fronts, drawing happy cheers from all around. They understood the situation just as well as Zhong Liang did. They all recognized that the Black Ink clan had made a huge blunder this time. "Here they come," one of the division commanders said soon after. Everyone turned towards Blue Sky Pass and saw 3 massive Black Ink armies moving in their direction like tidal waves. These groups were undoubtedly the Black Ink clan armies from the north, east, and southern fronts. Behind those 3 armies were the humans who were closely chasing after them. They were the armies led by Ding Yao and the other army commanders. During the pursuit, the Black Ink clan was taking heavy casualties, with life auras disappearing en masse. Soon, the Black Ink clan armies that retreated gathered together. Likewise, the human race armies rendezvoused like many streams flowing into the ocean. The split force from the Western army held their ground, waiting for the enemy to arrive. As the Black Ink clan army took in the situation, many of them wanted to turn around and flee. However, Zhong Liang had been waiting for this moment in person, so he certainly wouldn't allow the Black Ink clan to do as they wished. Drawing his sword, he lifted it high and roared, "With me, men, kill!" On the Western Front, the reinforcements Zhong Liang borrowed from the 3 other armies were in charge of intercepting the reinforcements from the Black Ink clan, while the original Western army was still in charge of advancing. It was impossible for everyone to turn around and intercept the Black Ink clan reinforcements, otherwise, the original Western Black Ink army would assault them from behind, and in the end, the human race would also find itself besieged from both sides. The Black Ink clan on the Western Front was still trying to retreat. Having taken huge losses over the past day or so though, they were unable to withstand the assault of the Western army. The sword dragon shook its head and flicked its tail, charging towards a Black Ink feudal lord. The high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen along the way all burst and died as the sharp sword waves brushed across them. The feudal lord, who apparently had sharp perception, sensed the approaching crisis and instantly turned his head to stare at Sword Dragon and roared. His initially large body expanded as rich Black Ink strength lingered around his figure. Next, a fierce punch was thrown towards the Sword Dragon. With one punch, space shook. Yang Kai, who was standing atop the Sword Dragon's head, abruptly stepped forward and his Azure Dragon spear thrust out at the feudal lord without hesitation. When the violent energies collided, Yang Kai flew out while coughing up blood. On the other side, the feudal lord cried out in pain as his gigantic hand was pierced through by the Azure Dragon spear, causing fresh black blood to gush out. Without giving him a chance to recover, Feng Ying's sword dragon instantly transformed into thousands of sword waves and began pelting the feudal lord. Despite his best efforts to repel them, the feudal lord was swiftly pierced by hundreds of blades. Yang Kai, who had previously been blasted away, flickered and appeared right before his target. Channeling his strength, Yang Kai cast his divine manifestation and the great sun directly struck the feudal lord's chest. A massive hole was silently formed in the feudal lord's chest, and with a conspicuous flash of sword light, Feng Ying, whose divine manifestation had collapsed, found its mark. A massive head flew up, and black blood gushed into the void. The massive body of the feudal lord staggered before collapsing in a dead heap. Martial Peak, Chapter 4974, Royal Lord Appears, Old Ancestor Acts. Feng Ying spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her expression somewhat languid. She could not maintain her divine manifestation anymore. Furthermore, killing that last feudal lord had cost her and Yang Kai a lot. The great sun's afterglow was particularly noticeable, shooting forward like a small sun and scattering a massive black ink cloud in front of it. Yang Kai and Feng Ying helped steady each other, but just as they were about to head for a nearby warship to recover, they felt a shiver run up their spines. It was as if a pair of cold eyes suddenly opened and fixed on them from the depths of the black ink cloud dissipated by Yang Kai's golden crow cast the sun. At the same moment, a crushing will seem to awaken from a deep slumber. That will felt as deep as the abyss and carried with it a terrifying aura. Yang Kai's hairs all rose up at once, and his heart clenched tight. When he turned his head sharply to look at the source of the will, Yang Kai saw a massive figure towering inside the rich black ink cloud. It was unknown how long this figure had been in this black ink cloud, as previously, its aura had not been revealed at all and no one had noticed it. Moreover, this location was basically at the rear of the Black Ink clan armies, so humans weren't supposed to be anywhere near here. The repeated losses of the Black Ink clan's western forces had led the battlefield to expand to this place, though, exposing it to the ongoing conflict. Coincidentally, Yang Kai's golden crow casts the sun divine manifestation had blown away this particular black ink cloud, revealing the figure hiding inside it. The will was like a sleeping dragon, and once it awakened, the entire universe trembled, causing the raucous battlefield to fall silent. Yang Kai once felt a similar will back in the Black Prison from a Black Ink clan royal lord. However, that royal lord had been sealed and suppressed for countless years, so her strength had been greatly diminished. At the very least, it was far less intense than the one he was currently facing. What he felt right now was orders of magnitude more imposing than back in Black territory. The royal lord! Feng Ying cried out, her already pale face draining of all remaining color. A Black Ink royal lord was a master on par with a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm master. On the Black Ink battlefield, only an old ancestor was worthy to be the opponent of a royal lord. Previously, Blue Sky Pass Old Ancestor had led the human army to attack Black Ink clan's domain, destroying several of their spirit provinces and a number of Black Ink nests. This action enraged the royal lord responsible for this region, so he swiftly marshaled his forces to counterattack, resulting in this current war. As far as Yang Kai knew, Blue Sky Pass Old Ancestors had already fought with the local royal lord, but neither was able to gain an advantage over the other. Both suffered serious injuries, and ever since that battle, the old ancestor had remained in the inner sanctum to recover. Meanwhile, the royal lord was nowhere to be seen. Zhong Liang also stated that the side whose leader recovered first would gain control over the current battle, heavily tipping the scales in their side's favor. The human race assumed that the royal lord had chosen a safe location far from the battlefield to rest and recover. Nobody would have thought that the royal lord had deceived them and actually hidden in a Black Ink cloud only a few 100,000 kilometers away from Blue Sky Pass. Of course, logically speaking, though the royal lord did not retreat very far, ordinarily he wouldn't have been disturbed where he was. Even if he had hidden at the rear of the Black Ink clan army, he could rest easy and recover as long as the humans did not slaughter their way through the entire western Black Ink army. All previous wars of this sort had lasted at least a few years, normally taking several dozen years to resolve. With that much time, the royal lord was confident he could completely recover from his current injuries. However, the battle developed in a manner far outside his predictions. Zhongliang had an overwhelming advantage on the Western Front, having borrowed troops from the other three armies. The Western Black Ink Army was repeatedly defeated and forced to withdraw over and over again. Yang Kai and Feng Ying, who were battling on the front lines, had already fought their way right up to the royal lord's hiding place. Then, in one move, Yang Kai's golden crow casts the sun divine manifestation just happened to explode near the royal lord and revealed his figure, interfering with his recovery. This situation resulted from a series of accidents and coincidences, startling both the humans and the Black Ink clan. When the royal lord awakened, his pressure instantly filled the battlefield, and the continual slaughtering came to an abrupt halt. Whether it was the humans or the Black Ink clansmen, they all fell into a stupor for a brief moment. Ding Yao, Liang Yulong, Zhong Liang, Shen Tuimo, and all the other Eighth Order masters acutely felt the aura of the royal lord. Turning to look at the source of the aura, their expressions became grim. The royal lord, whose location was a complete mystery to them, was actually on the western battlefield? They had previously tried hard to locate him to gain a tactical advantage, but now he had just been revealed by accident. They had also considered where the royal lord would hide to heal his wounds after being injured by the old ancestor, but the void was vast, so the royal lord simply needed to choose a secure place some distance away, and the human race would never be able to find him. Who knew that all this time he was so close? The rich Black Ink cloud had obscured his figure and aura, and the Black Ink clan army stationed nearby gave him the best protection. Not to mention the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, even the old ancestors wouldn't have thought that the royal lord would do such a thing. Zhong Liang instantly felt enlightened, as the questions he had been harboring since learning about the withdrawal of the Black Ink clan from the other three fronts were resolved. He now knew why the Black Ink clan armies, which clearly had the upper hand on the other three fronts, abruptly withdrew and began rushing to the west. This was clearly for protection. The humans and most of the Black Ink clan had no idea where the royal lord was hiding, but the top territory lords would definitely be aware of this information. The Black Ink army on the western front was being pushed back as the humans were pressing their advantage, forcing them to retreat again and again. Opening his lips, a black mist of blood was spat out by the royal lord. His figure staggered and his aura fluctuated chaotically. Seeing this, Yang Kai and Feng Ying were both shocked and surprised. The royal lord had clearly suffered some kind of backlash from his injuries. It was apparent that his last battle with the old ancestor had left him in a bad state, one that would require several years of cultivation to recover from. What caused his current weakened condition was undoubtedly Yang Kai's golden crow casts the sun, which wiped away the Black Ink cloud he was hiding in. This divine manifestation naturally did not cause any direct harm to the royal lord, but it seemed to have disturbed him at a critical moment in his recovery. Usually, a royal lord wouldn't have been affected at all by an attack from a sixth-order human, even one as strong as Yang Kai. However, being interrupted at the critical juncture in his healing had caused a backlash that further aggravated his wounds. It was equivalent to the royal lord striking his old injuries himself. Yang Kai and Feng Ying figured all this out in an instant, and without any hesitation, they turned around and escaped while the royal lord was busy trying to stabilize himself. They couldn't deal with an enemy like this, especially when the two of them didn't have much strength left. If they didn't run, they would undoubtedly die. To escape faster, Yang Kai even employed space principles, trying to carry Feng Ying away with him using instantaneous movement. In the blink of an eye, the pair was able to flee several thousand kilometers. However, how could the royal lord allow the ant who disturbed him to flee after the shame he had experienced? The royal lords will flared with murderous intent, and the surrounding space instantly solidified, disturbing Yang Kai's space principles and freezing him in place once more. Chills shot up their spines as the aura of death descended upon them. The location they were at was not suitable to linger at for much longer, so Zhong Liang tightened his grip on Feng Ying and Yang Kai and dashed towards Blue Sky Pass. Shortly after, Zhong Liang set down both of them on the outer ramparts of Blue Sky Pass and scolded Yang Kai while glaring at him. "Stay here. If you have the audacity to run off again, I'll break your damn legs." Yang Kai's neck shrank as he spoke weakly. "In my condition, I couldn't move even if I wanted to." "I'll deal with you later," Zhong Liang furiously snapped. After instructing some nearby cultivators to tend to Yang Kai and Feng Ying's injuries, Zhong Liang returned to the battlefield. His 8th Order strength could not be absent on the battlefield at this crucial time. The outcome of the current war was about to be determined, so he had to return. Those left behind immediately took out healing pills and gave them to Yang Kai and Feng Ying after receiving orders from Zhong Liang. Compared to Feng Ying, Yang Kai was luckier as he was awake at the very least. Whereas Feng Ying was already in a coma, so they could only open her lips and place the healing pill in her mouth before using their own world force to help her refine its medicinal efficacies. Yang Kai, on the other hand, sat cross-legged on the wall, staring out into the vast battlefield, feeling delighted. Fortunately, the royal lord did not take him or Feng Ying seriously as he needed to conserve his strength to battle against the old ancestor, or else both of them would have died then and there. The wave of darkness that struck them managed to destroy his sun and moon divine wheel and Feng Ying's divine manifestation while still having enough power remaining to inflict critical injuries on both of them. Yang Kai was not in a rush to recover though, as he was more concerned about the outcome of the war. In any case, he had an intrepid physique due to his dragon vein, with strong restoration powers. Though his injuries appeared quite serious, possibly even fatal, it would only take him cultivating for a few days to recover. The results of the current battle were of more interest to Yang Kai right now. His performance on the battlefield this time was more dazzling than many established 7th Order masters. With the cooperation of Feng Ying, they killed no less than a dozen feudal lords, and don't forget that this brat can also transform into a grand dragon. In that form, his strength is comparable to a peak 7th Order master. Strength is also something that can be improved with time. That brat advanced to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm initially and, after taking a mid-rank world fruit, advanced to the 6th Order. So, he is also expected to reach the 8th Order in the future. Hearing what he said, everyone agreed. Then, according to what Brother Ding said, we'll let him be promoted to squad leader, but one thing must be made clear. Whose army will he be joining? Liang Yulong remarked. Zhong Liang replied, "Of course, he will belong to my Western army. Feng Ying brought him here in the first place." Shin Tu-Mo grinned meaningfully. "He is from Yinyang Cave Heaven, and Brother Lu and is part of my northern army. Shouldn't he join us instead?" Ding Yao chimed in immediately. "It's not right for you to put it like that. No matter your background, we're all one family on the Black Ink battlefield. There's no such thing as Yinyang Cave Heaven. I'd say that it's preferable for him to come to the Eastern Army." The 4 army commanders glanced at each other. No one wanted to back down, obviously wanting to get Yang Kai to work under them. Although each army had a purifying black ink battleship and could utilize the purifying light stored inside of it, every army still wanted a gifted talent like Yang Kai to join them. As for the fact that his cultivation was not enough to be a squad leader, it was not mentioned anymore. For a long time in the main conference hall, the 4 army commanders argued back and forth while the many division commanders glanced around at each other helplessly. The 4 army commanders going all out to recruit a single 6th Order junior was unprecedented. However, everyone knew of Yang Kai's significance, so they could understand their motivations. Nevertheless, there was no conclusion following the argument, and in the end, The problem could only be put on hold for the time being, with the decision being made to go back and let Yang Kai decide. When the meeting finished, everyone left. The 4 army commanders walked at the back, seemingly as friendly as if they had not just argued. "Brother Ding, don't you need to check in on the Eastern Army? Why are you walking in this direction?" Zhong Liang suddenly looked at Ding Yao. "Just taking a stroll. Why do you care?" replied Ding Yao, his hands folded behind his back. Having said so, he indeed strolled off. "Brother Liang, why are you walking this way too?" Zhong Liang looked at Liang Yulong with a darkening expression. Liang Yulong laughed and said, "I have something to discuss with Brother Ding." After that, he followed Ding Yao and left. Then, Zhong Liang turned to Shen Tuimo, who said with no courtesy, "These legs are attached to my body. Why does it concern you where they're leading me?" He then left with the other 2. "Bastards. A bunch of shameless old dogs who want to snatch what's mine," muttered Zhong Liang. A short while later, 4 figures arrived one after another at a certain courtyard. There were a lot of residences in Blue Sky Pass for those in the inner sanctum. Blue Sky Pass could accommodate tens of thousands of people easily, and everyone had their own residence. The higher the position, the better the benefits. This was Feng Ying's home. As a battalion commander, she lived in her own courtyard. Though it wasn't particularly big, it was clean and well kept. Yang Kai only entered retreat a few days ago, so could he have encountered an accident? As they thought of this possibility, Zhong Liang and the others were no longer able to remain calm. They all strode over to the seclusion chamber in a hurry. Soon after, Yang Kai emerged from the chamber, still topless, with many of his wounds from the previous battle not even healed yet. Of course, he seemed to have recovered significantly all the same. Zhong Liang and the others suspected something went wrong with his retreat. Otherwise, why would he come out on his own? But when they laid eyes on him, there didn't seem to be anything amiss. In fact, he seemed invigorated and revitalized. There was something odd about his aura too. It was not a 6th-order aura, but rather a 7th-order one. Having just broken through, Yang Kai seemed to be somewhat unfamiliar with the power of 7th-order open heaven realm, and could not control his world force adeptly, causing some of his aura and power to leak out. Zhong Liang and the others immediately widened their eyes in surprise as they stared at him in shock. Yang Kai noticed them as well and pondered why these 4 were here. Still, he quickly composed himself and saluted, "Greetings, seniors." Zhong Liang and others remained silent, their 4 pairs of eyes examining Yang Kai from top to bottom. Yang Kai was feeling uneasy when these 4 were scrutinizing him in such a manner. It felt like there was something odd with their gaze, but he could not understand what it was. As such, he cautiously asked, "Seniors, what brings you here today?" "Don't move," Zhong Liang commanded in a deep voice, took a step forward and reached out to Yang Kai's dantian, touching it with his palm before investigating it thoroughly. Ding Yao and the rest stood back and waited quietly. A few moments later, Zhong Liang withdrew his hands, his expression odd. "So?" Ding Yao asked. "Strange. He's reached the 7th order without a doubt." Zhong Liang shook his head and glanced at Ding Yao and the others. Under his inspection, he confirmed that Yang Kai had indeed advanced to the 7th order, which was completely unbelievable. "You're sure you're not mistaken?" Liang Yulong inquired, agitated. Zhong Liang rolled his eyes. "You can check for yourself if you don't believe me. His foundation doesn't even seem to be unstable." "Interesting," Shin Tuimo grinned. Yang Kai became even more confused, turning to Zhong Liang and asking, "Senior, what happened?" "If you ask me, who am I supposed to ask?" Zhong Liang turned to face him. "How did you advance to the 7th order?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow for a moment before replying nonchalantly, "I sensed an opportunity to break through, so I entered retreat for a while and broke through." The way he spoke about it was like he had been hungry, decided to eat, and was now full. Feng Ying finally pulled herself together and commented, "That's the problem." "What's the problem?" Yang Kai frowned. This advancement had gone unexpectedly well, so he didn't suspect anything was wrong. Feng Ying sighed and said, "Let's put it this way. It took 40 years from the time I sensed the opportunity to break through to the 7th order until I finally succeeded. Not only me, but every 7th order master experiences something similar. It takes a long time to break through because the 7th order is a massive watershed where one's small universe must undergo the process of materializing. This is an extraordinarily long and difficult process that cannot be completed overnight." As she spoke, though, Feng Ying abruptly came to a realization. Your small universe had already materialized, so you could skip over that step in your breakthrough. Still, it all happened so fast, and there were no major signs of a breakthrough as well. It had only been a few days, yet Yang Kai actually broke through to the 7th order. If they had not witnessed it themselves, they would never have been able to believe it. Zhong Liang recalled this fact once Feng Ying reminded them. They had all checked Yang Kai's small universe before, and unlike other 6th Order Open Heaven Realms masters, his small universe had already transformed from immaterial to material. Therefore, Yang Kai did not have to go through arduous process of materializing his small universe to advance to the 7th Order. What concerned Zhong Liang the most before was Yang Kai feeling his opportunity for a breakthrough on the battlefield. If he did, he would be forced to break through while in battle, which would sap him of all his strength during the transforming process, which would place him in a precarious state. Fortunately, that did not happen. After hearing Feng Ying's explanation, Yang Kai finally understood everyone's earlier odd reaction. He also had some idea of what happened when others advanced to the 7th Order. Still, this realization took him aback. But since his special small universe had saved him a huge amount of time, as far as he was concerned, it was something to celebrate. This time, his retreat went rather smoothly. After a few days of effort, his bottleneck was shattered, and he naturally advanced from the 6th Order to the 7th Order, moving up to join the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Additionally, he was now just one step away from his upper limit, the 8th Order. "Your circumstances are unique," Zhong Liang stated after some thought. "Please pay more attention over the course of the next few years. Make sure you report to us if you sense any abnormalities." "Yes," Yang Kai replied, then asked again, "So, what brought you here today, seniors?" "The old ancestor wants to see you." Zhong Liang turned serious. When the old ancestor returned, Yang Kai was already in retreat, but the former had been greatly intrigued by the existence of a person like Yang Kai in the inner sanctum. So, he instructed Yang Kai to pay him a visit as soon as possible. "When?" Yang Kai asked. He also desired to meet with the old ancestor, but previously, the old ancestor was in the midst of recovering from his injuries, so he could not meet him. The issue of the Void Corridor had to be reported, but in accordance with Meng Qi's instructions before his death, Yang Kai never disclosed the issue to anyone else, only planning to explain everything when he met the old ancestor. Zhong Liang suddenly turned awkward. "Maybe in a few years. The old ancestor should be recovering right now. Although he instructed you to meet him, nobody expected you to be out of retreat so quickly." Martial Peak, Chapter 4979, Cleaning the Battlefield. Just after Zhong Liang and the others left Feng Ying's courtyard, someone else came for a visit. Yang Kai didn't know them, but after Feng Ying's introduction, he learned that the visitor was from Blue Sky Pass Merit Hall. The Merit Hall was a very important organization in Blue Sky Pass, as its main responsibility was to document everyone's military merits in each battle. The military merits could be exchanged for cultivation resources at the War Materials Hall. Now that Yang Kai knew who this person was, he naturally wouldn't show him any disrespect. It was fine when he didn't know who he was before, but now that he knew the identity of the person before him, he was curious to know what military merits he had obtained in this battle. However, to his shock, the visitor hadn't come to announce his military merits. Instead, that person came here under the order of the army commanders of the 4 armies to announce his punishment. He had defied orders from the Western Army commander, disregarded the overall situation, and put himself and others in danger. After a discussion, the 4 army commanders decided to punish Yang Kai by making him clean up the battlefield. The punishment left Yang Kai dumbfounded. The man from the merit hall laughed sheepishly, handed Yang Kai the jade slip, and cupped his fist while saying, "Brother Yang, I'm only following orders, so please don't be upset with me. Cleaning the battlefield is not difficult, but it's time-consuming. This isn't really much of a punishment. Oh, right, the area you will be responsible for cleaning is demarcated inside this jade slip. Just take a look and you'll know what I mean." There was nothing Yang Kai could say, so he accepted the jade slip. The man from the merit hall left without saying anything else. Then, as Yang Kai stood in the same spot, he looked at the jade slip and noticed that a basic map of Blue Sky Pass and its surroundings was engraved into it. Also, the area he was assigned to clean up was also highlighted on the map. He turned to look at Feng Ying and asked, "What should I do?" Feng Ying answered, "There's not much to do, actually. The main thing is to clean up any leftover black ink clouds and black ink strength. If those are left near Blue Sky Pass, they will become something the Black Ink Army can use when they attack us again. Come with me." Saying so, she walked forward to lead the way. A few moments later, the two arrived at the War Materials Hall. Inside the hall, everyone was bustling like busy bees, and there was a continuous stream of people heading in and out. There were many who recognized Yang Kai and nodded or smiled at him. Some even came forward and greeted him so that they could have a chance to get to know him. Yang Kai politely responded to all of them. When Feng Ying finally found someone from the War Materials Hall, she asked for a set of tools used for cleaning the battlefield before leading Yang Kai away. Leaving Blue Sky Pass, moved towards the region indicated in the jade slip and soon arrived at a certain area of the battlefield. As they looked ahead, they saw the whole area was filled with black ink clouds of various shapes and sizes, as well as some dead black ink clansmen. Though Blue Sky Pass also suffered casualties during this battle, the dead and injured had all been carried away by their companions. Therefore, only the corpses of the Black Ink clan were left. The area Yang Kai was responsible for was about 100,000 kilometers in length, breadth, and width. It wasn't particularly big, but it wasn't small either. At this moment, there were already many others cleaning up in other areas of the battlefield. Looking from where they stood, they saw most of the cleaning crews working in groups of 2, each person holding one end of a net that they dragged across the void. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4980, Trap. However, they couldn't find anything of value even after performing a careful exploration. Seeming to have noticed Yang Kai's doubts, Feng Ying explained, "Every time a war breaks out, everyone in Blue Sky Pass leaves everything of value they possess in the inner sanctum. Everything beside their important artifacts and pills which can restore energy and heal their wounds is left behind. That way, if they die, the resources left in the inner sanctum can be used by others." On the chaotic battlefield, no one could be certain if they could come back alive, which was why they would carry the mentality that they were heading to the last battle of their lives and had to fight to the death. That was also the reason why they couldn't find anything of value in this small universe. The belongings of the owner had been collected by others in Blue Sky Pass after his death and became materials for others to become stronger. Yang Kai stood in awe. If that was true, there was no reason to continue exploring. A while later, Yang Kai and Feng Ying left the universe paradise. When they came out, the 4 army commanders were waiting for them. Feng Ying had contacted Zhong Liang, who then contacted Ding Yao and the others. The 4 arrived at almost the same time. 4 pairs of eyes were instantly attracted to the portal that led to the universe paradise, and Zhong Liang even swept his eyes over Yang Kai while asking, "Did you do this?" Yang Kai nodded. There was no need to hide that fact. Do you know who left this behind? Zhong Liang asked another question. This time, it wasn't directed at Yang Kai, but at Feng Ying. Shaking her head, Feng Ying answered, I'm not sure. Unless it's someone who knows the owner going in to have a look, I'm afraid it will be hard to determine who it belonged to. Zhong Liang stayed silent. Unless the small universe left by the cultivator had special characteristics, it was difficult to determine who its former owner was. Moreover, countless masters had been killed outside Blue Sky Pass over the ages, and so much time had passed it was almost impossible to determine who these small universes belonged to. Suddenly, Ding Yao looked at Yang Kai and questioned, Did you find this by chance, or do you have the ability to open portals to all these universe cave heavens and universe paradises? Yang Kai replied, As long as they aren't hidden too deeply, I can find and open them. Hearing this, the 4 army commanders frowned. Ding Yao nodded and said, Very good. If it's true, then you might be making a huge contribution. Yang Kai was confused. What huge contribution? If what Feng Ying said was true, there wouldn't be many valuable things in the universe cave heavens and universe paradises hidden outside Blue Sky Pass. Even if he found and opened them, what good would they bring to Blue Sky Pass? Nevertheless, since Ding Yao had spoken, it must be something important. On the other hand, Yang Kai also found the arrival of all 4 army commanders a little fishy. He didn't expect all 4 to come when Feng Ying said she had to make a report. Also, judging by the expressions on Zhong Liang's and the others' faces, Yang Kai was clear that it might be something important. As he was still confused, he simply decided to ask, Are these universe cave heavens and universe paradises very important? There aren't many valuables inside. Ding Yao explained, Those who went into battle naturally wouldn't bring much with them. They fought to the death against the Black Ink clan when they were alive, and the small universes they left behind after they died can also become a weapon to kill the Black Ink clan. We've had such plans for a long time, but we didn't have the ability to open these hidden universe cave heavens and universe paradises. Who would have thought you were capable of this? Then, Zhong Liang continued, Think of it this way. The universe paradise before you has little value on its own. Though it has world force and the owner's Tao essence, it is essentially useless to us humans. However, what if we make it into a trap? A trap? Yang Kai frowned. Zhong Liang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he elaborated, The Black Ink clan army repeatedly besieges Blue Sky Pass. If we convert this universe paradise into a trap, when the Black Ink clan army approaches, we can trigger it and all nearby Black Ink clansmen will be drawn inside. Liang Yulong continued, We can arrange killing arrays in this universe paradise in advance. After the Black Ink clan is trapped inside, the killing array will activate and weaken the Black Ink clan without us having to fight them directly. Shen 2Mo agreed, One universe paradise may not make much of a difference, but there are so many universe cave heavens and universe paradises outside of Blue Sky Pass. If we activate 1,000 of them at once, we may be able to win the next war in one fell swoop. After listening to their explanation, Yang Kai felt his pulse accelerate. A magnificent sight came into his mind where the Black Ink clan army besieged Blue Sky Pass from all sides in full momentum and then fell into the traps set up using the universe cave heavens and universe paradises. Then, in a flash, they triggered the killing arrays and slaughtered the enemy. If this could be achieved, Blue Sky Pass could win a large battle effortlessly. Had the humans set up such traps in previous battles, they would have had another sharp weapon with which to repel the enemy. People from Blue Sky Pass clearly had such an idea long ago. Unfortunately, although the idea was good, it was difficult to put it into action. They had no way to find and open up these hidden universe cave heavens and universe paradises, so how could they use them as traps? Therefore, after hearing that Yang Kai could find and force open these small universes, Zhong Liang immediately realized the importance of the matter and summoned Ding Yao and the others to come and assess the situation. This time, the Black Ink clan army suffered heavy losses and severely damaged their foundation, so Blue Sky Pass was safe for the time being. But the Black Ink clan army would return someday, and there would be another fierce battle when they did. While the Black Ink clan were recuperating, there was enough time for them to set up a grand killing array here at Blue Sky Pass. If their plan was executed well, the next time the Black Ink clan army arrived, there would be a huge, unpleasant surprise waiting for them. The key to this plan relied on Yang Kai's ability to find and open these long-lost universe cave heavens and universe paradises. If he could do this, then everything else would fall into place, but if he couldn't, then they couldn't even begin. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4981, War Materials Hall. Who would have known that cleaning up the battlefield would result in realizing such an important plan that could change Blue Sky Pass' future? The 4 army commanders passed down orders, and men immediately swarmed out of the inner sanctum to the battlefield to rapidly clean it. Only when the battlefield was fully cleaned could Yang Kai open the various portals to the universe cave heavens and universe paradises. After that, they would let those who were proficient in the Tao of Spirit arrays enter them and get to work. Because the battlefield was so vast, it would take at least 2 or 3 months to clean it no matter how many people were helping, so Yang Kai had nothing to do in the meantime. He had to wait until the battlefield was cleaned up before he could start working. Thus, he followed Feng Ying back to Blue Sky Pass. It was only then that Yang Kai was registered at Blue Sky Pass and officially became one of the members of the army. Yang Kai arrived here in the middle of a war, so no one was available to help him get registered. After the war, he went into retreat to break through to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, and then he was punished to clean up the battlefield. Therefore, he only had the time to go through the registration procedures now. Now that he had his own identity token, Yang Kai felt a weight on his shoulders. Throughout the ages, every human master on the Black Ink battlefield had an identity token, yet so many had died and the only way to trace their existence was to search for this token. He had witnessed how fierce the battles here were, and knew how difficult it was for an Open Heaven realm master to survive on the Black Ink battlefield. The more he learned, the more he resented the Black Ink clan. While Yang Kai was lost in thought, the 7th Order Open Heaven realm master who had registered him suddenly handed over a jade slip with a smile. Yang Kai, here is a letter of appointment authorized by the 4 army commanders. Please accept it. Letter of appointment? Yang Kai took it curiously and was shocked when he used his divine sense to read it. The content of the jade slip was very simple. It said he had performed well and worked hard during this battle, so he was being promoted to squad leader as a reward for his valor. Also, the jade slip had imprints from all 4 army commander, which no one could and would dare to fake. So, I'm a squad leader now? Yang Kai was confused. First, he was punished and made to clean up the battlefield, and now he was rewarded. What was this all about? Was this what they called a carrot and stick approach? Senior sister Feng also has one. The 7th Order Open Heaven realm master added while handing a jade slip to Feng Ying. Feng Ying took it curiously and nodded lightly after checking its contents. Yang Kai wanted to ask Feng Ying about her jade slip, but if it was something bad, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to ask, so he kept quiet. However, Feng Ying directly turned her head to look at him and said, "From now on, I am your deputy." Yang Kai looked at her in astonishment. After putting away the jade slip, Feng Ying reiterated, "You heard correctly. From now on, I am to serve as your vice squad leader." Yang Kai was surprised. "But aren't you a battalion commander?" A battalion commander ranked higher than a squad leader. Feng Ying also performed well in this battle, but not only wasn't she rewarded, but she was demoted from battalion commander to deputy squad leader. What were the army commanders up to? But on second thought, Yang Kai figured it out. Since ancient times, human masters who stepped on into the Black Ink battlefield never returned to the 3,000 worlds, so even if they had exchanged their military merits for these 2 secret techniques, myriad demons heaven wouldn't have to worry about them leaking to the general public. If someone did manage to cultivate these two secret techniques, it would benefit the humans as well because they could at least improve the strength of said cultivator. Yang Kai was still curious and asked the manager while holding the jade slip, "If I exchange military merits for these two secret techniques, how will I receive them?" The manager smiled and said, "We don't provide the cultivation methods here in Blue Sky Pass. If you want to exchange for them, you will need to go to Myriad Demons Pass. The old ancestor of Myriad Demons Cave Heaven resides there, and he will personally teach you the two secret techniques." Yang Kai now understood the situation. He thought there was a prepared cultivation method here in Blue Sky Pass, but he did not expect that would need to head to Myriad Demons Pass to find the old ancestor of Myriad Demons Cave Heaven. It was obvious that all the procedures were the same if one wanted to practice the specialized secret techniques of all the cave heavens and paradises. Yet, to get a chance to be taught by an old ancestor was definitely a blessing. Feng Ying looked at him curiously. "You want to exchange for these two secret techniques?" "I'm just asking." Yang Kai shook his head. There was no need for him to exchange for them because he already possessed the Demon Eye of Annihilation and Black Pupils of Purgatory. Before coming to the Black Ink battlefield, a Myriad Demons Heaven ancestor, Mo Sha, had personally taught him those techniques. If he had time to cultivate these two secret techniques and reach the highest possible level of mastery, he would have another trump card to fight against the Black Ink clan. Feng Ying nodded and said from the side, "Those inside the inner sanctum exchange materials according to a principle. Only exchange for what you need. Resources are scarce, so don't take anything you don't plan to immediately make use of." Martial Peak, Chapter 4982, Dawn. Yang Kai nodded. He didn't need to exchange for cultivation materials because he had already prepared enough of them before coming to the Black Ink battlefield. The cultivation materials piled up in his small universe were enough for him to cultivate until the 8th Order Open Heaven realm and still have some to spare. However, the War Materials Hall did have some good quality spirit pills, which would be used for quickly healing injuries, restoring strength, and accelerating cultivation. Thus, Yang Kai exchanged a small amount of his military merits for some pills to try out their effects. Meanwhile, Feng Ying also quickly exchanged for materials she needed. In Blue Sky Pass, each cultivator had their own living space, and the higher their rank, the better the conditions of their accommodations and the more extensive the area. Since Yang Kai was promoted to the position of squad leader, he was entitled to a small courtyard. Perhaps someone had forgotten about it or deliberately did it on purpose because though Yang Kai received a letter of appointment, he wasn't actually assigned a place to stay. Fortunately for him, Feng Ying had a spacious place, and she didn't mind sharing it with him. While Feng Ying returned to her place, Yang Kai went into retreat. Before he entered retreat, he took out most of the profound Yin bamboo from his small universe and gave it to Feng Ying so that she could hand it over for him. Having just broken through to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, Yang Kai needed some time to consolidate his cultivation and adapt to his new strength. For the next few months, Yang Kai would be in retreat and refining cultivation materials of all orders to enhance the heritage of his small universe. When others cultivated, most of them would opt to use open heaven pills. Even if there were some that chose to refine cultivation materials, their orders wouldn't be very high because they had to gather resources of all 7 elements to be able to safely cultivate. If any of the 7 materials were missing, there was a high chance of causing an imbalance in the cultivator's small universe, which would lead to future dangers. While materials from the 5 elements were easy to find, Yin and Yang element materials of higher orders were rare and difficult to acquire. However, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about this. The yellow and blue crystals he obtained in the chaotic dead territory were beyond count, and although they were essential for purifying and dispelling Black Ink strength, it didn't matter if he used a few of them for cultivation. That way, the speed of Yang Kai's cultivation would be incomparably faster than others. In addition, he still had living beings inside his small universe, especially the countless small stone race members, which were constantly enhancing the heritage of his small universe. Also, because he had cultivated the Tao of Time, the flow of time in his small universe was 4 times faster compared to the outside world. 1 year outside was equivalent to 4 years inside Yang Kai's small universe. If he used that advantage well, it would save him a lot of time cultivating. One could imagine that the time Yang Kai needed to advance from 7th Order to 8th Order Open Heaven Realm in the future would be considerably shorter than average. Now that he had advanced from the 6th Order to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, the volume of his small universe had increased dramatically, and the amount of heritage he could hold had increased proportionally. According to his estimation, the heritage of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was at least 10 times more than that of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and he had only just advanced. As time went by, his heritage would only grow stronger as he continued to cultivate. This would cost a significant amount of resources. Tang Qiu from Yinyang Pass had spent so much to come here, so it was impossible that he was just sightseeing. Yang Kai vaguely understood why he was here though. Also, he finally realized what Zhong Liang meant when he said there would be another matter to get to after finding and opening the universe cave heavens and paradises half a year ago. The following task was not complicated or difficult, but it definitely was a matter that consumed time and energy. What's more, he was the only one who could do it, so Yang Kai felt obliged to cooperate. But before that, it was time to meet with Su Linggong. Yang Kai was certain Su Linggong would be interested to know the latest status of the 3,000 worlds. There was a reception hall in Blue Sky Pass. After all, there were occasional visitors to this place, so there had to be a place for guests to stay. Feng Ying went to report to Zhong Liang and the others about the Universe Cave Heavens and Universe Paradises while personnel from Blue Sky Pass guided Yang Kai to the reception hall. Many cultivators had gathered there, and all of them were in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. The lobby was full of long tables with groups of cultivators sitting together and talking. After sweeping his gaze around the room, Yang Kai did not see Su Linggong, but after listening to the conversations from the others, he realized that all these people were not from Blue Sky Pass. All of them had rushed here from various other great passes, which confirmed his suspicions. Martial Peak, Chapter 4984, Meeting Su Linggong again. After asking someone, Yang Kai learned that Su Linggong had gone to his own residence to wait for him, so he didn't stay at the lounge much longer and went straight to Feng Ying's residence. Not long after, Yang Kai reached Feng Ying's courtyard and saw a man standing outside it with his hands behind his back, waiting quietly. The man was stout, and he was wearing a large cloak while anxiously pacing back and forth in front of the door. Who else could it be besides Su Linggong? Noticing movement, Su Linggong stopped and turned his head to look in Yang Kai's direction. When he saw Yang Kai's face, he had a complicated look in his eyes. Yang Kai stepped forward, and when he got close, he bowed respectfully. Junior greets Martial Uncle Su. Su Linggong reached out to hold Yang Kai's arm and heaved a sigh. It's really you. When he heard that there was a boy named Yang Kai in Blue Sky Pass, he thought it was just someone who had the same name, but the information he got stated that the Yang Kai in Blue Sky Pass was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a son-in-law of Yinyang Cave Heaven. At that time, he thought it was too much of a coincidence. So, when Tang Qiu asked Su Linggong if he wanted to come to Blue Sky Pass, he agreed to come and see for himself if the Yang Kai here was the one he knew. They had been at Blue Sky Pass for only a few days. Since Tang Qiu had Lu in accompanying him, Su Linggong went to search for Yang Kai's residence and soon arrived here. He waited for a few days but didn't see Yang Kai. After asking around, he found out that Yang Kai was busy with something outside of Blue Sky Pass. He could not go to look for him, so he could only continue to wait here. Now that the person he was waiting for was finally back, Su Linggong was sure that Yang Kai was the brat he knew. "Why did you come here?" Su Linggong looked at him with some distress. This was the black ink battlefield. How could he return to the 3,000 worlds after coming here? Over the past few days, he had been hoping that the Yang Kai from Blue Sky Pass was not the one he knew, but the more information he found out, the less hope he had. Now that he saw him, his hopes were immediately dashed. Su Linggong couldn't understand why Yang Kai would come to the black ink battlefield. "It's a long story," Yang Kai let out a bitter laugh. "Squad leader, why don't you invite the guest inside?" Feng Ying suddenly spoke up from the side. Su Linggong turned his head to look at her. "You are?" Yang Kai introduced her. "This is Martial Aunt Feng Ying. She has been taking care of me since I came to Blue Sky Pass. Martial Aunt Feng, this is my wife's honored master, Su Linggong." Feng Ying smiled and greeted, "Greetings, Brother Su." Su Linggong greeted back, "Sister Feng is too polite. This brat is not very obedient, so I'm sure he has caused you a lot of trouble these days." After a short laugh, Feng Ying answered, "Brother Su, you must be exaggerating. Squad leader saved my life, and he made a number of great contributions during the previous battle. Also, he is deeply respected by the army commanders. Even the old ancestor has called him for a chat." Su Linggong nodded lightly. "I heard about these things, but I don't know the details. We came to Blue Sky Pass because of this as well." "Martial Uncle Su, please come in." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Feng Ying opened the door, and the three entered. When Yang Kai and Su Linggong were seated, Feng Ying said, "I'll make some tea. You can talk in the meantime." Su Linggong thanked her politely. "Many thanks, Sister Feng." After Feng Ying's figure disappeared, Su Linggong suddenly leaned forward and lowered his voice to say, "Brat, why does she keep calling you squad leader?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4985, Completing the Purifying Black Ink Battleship. They had to make 400 purifying black ink battleships, all of which required Yang Kai to personally seal purifying light inside them and arrange universe arrays aboard. Sealing purifying light was not a hard task, as he only needed to trigger the two marks on the back of his hand to draw out the power of the yellow and blue crystals, converge and fuse them together, and form purifying light. However, personally arranging a universe array on every purifying black ink battleship would be a huge project that Yang Kai estimated would take him 3 to 5 years to complete at best. And that was just the start. He couldn't rest easy after that. Purifying light would be consumed in battle, and if the purifying light of a great pass was depleted in the future, they would have to come to Blue Sky Pass to replenish it. Even though Yang Kai had countless yellow and blue crystals in hand, he was still a bit worried. At this rate of consumption, no matter how many yellow and blue crystals he had, they would eventually be used up. By then, what would happen to the humans on the black ink battlefield? Maybe he could return to the 3,000 worlds and find Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan in the chaotic dead territory. However, this wasn't an urgent matter, as he had enough yellow and blue crystals to last for some time. Yang Kai also asked about Qin Kuei and Su Yingshui, but Su Linggong only said that they were staying at Yinyang Pass and did not come with him this time. After hearing that they were fine, Yang Kai felt reassured. After chatting for a while, Su Linggong left without mentioning that he wanted Yang Kai to accompany him back to Yinyang Pass. The next day, Yang Kai was ordered to go to the central square with Feng Ying accompanying him. When they arrived, they saw Ding Yao waiting for them there, and beside him was a lofty middle-aged man wearing golden armor. His aura was as deep as the abyss, and he was clearly also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Judging from his looks, this man came from Great Battle Heaven. Behind them were 4 brand new purifying black ink battleships lined up in a row, all of similar shape and size to those refined by Blue Sky Pass. Yang Kai knew these were the purifying black ink battleships they had brought with them. After Blue Sky Pass successfully built their first purifying black ink battleship, they sent a message to all the Great Passes, informing them of the purpose of the purifying black ink battleships along with the blueprints to build more. When the Great Passes received the message, they paid a lot of attention to it and immediately began refining their own purifying black ink battleships after confirming that the message was accurate and authentic. Once they were done building the battleships, they used the hyperspace arrays to send an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with the completed purifying black ink battleships to Blue Sky Pass. Yang Kai was the only one who could finish the refinement of these ships. When they got close enough, Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Greetings, Senior Ding." Ding Yao nodded lightly and said, "Do you know what you are here for?" Yang Kai nodded, "I do." "Good." Ding Yao said flatly, "The purifying black ink battleships made great contributions in the previous battle and proved their immense value. It is now a fundamental weapon for us to win this war against the Black Ink clan, so you will have to work even harder in the future." Yang Kai cupped his fist and said, "I will not disappoint you." "Very good." Ding Yao gestured to the middle-aged man next to him and said, "This is Wei Junyang from Great Battle Pass, my senior brother from Great Battle Heaven." The three army commanders gathered together, and Zhong Liang's adjutant hurriedly greeted them. "What's the meaning of this?" Ding Yao asked with a frown. As soon as he spoke those words though, he turned his head up towards Zhong Liang. In his vision, Ding Yao clearly saw a ripple in the void, followed by Yang Kai's ghostly figure appearing less than 100 meters behind Zhong Liang. Yang Kai was holding his azure dragon spear and fiercely thrust it out at Zhong Liang's back. Ding Yao's eyes widened at Yang Kai's action, but he also saw that Yang Kai did not have any killing intent. Moreover, Zhong Liang was at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, so although this spear attack was unexpected and powerful, it couldn't do much to Zhong Liang. What Ding Yao didn't know was that Zhong Liang's senses had been scrambled somewhat after being struck by the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, so when Yang Kai launched this sneak attack, he was not able to detect it until the spear tip was almost touching his body. Only then did Zhong Liang sense danger and turn around to throw out a punch. Yang Kai's body flew out like a paper kite before plunging into the void, disappearing between the ripples as his voice lingered in the air, as expected of an army commander. "My greatest respects to your strength." Zhong Liang grabbed at him, but missed. His face now as black as the bottom of a pot, he could not help but roar, "You little bastard! You better hide well and not let me catch you, or I swear your end will be miserable." He was the army commander of the Western Army, one of the most important figures in all of Blue Sky Pass, only ranking below the old ancestor himself. But now, he was being played by Yang Kai, who had just advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, in front of everyone. What's more, he actually suffered 2 losses because he was repeatedly caught off guard, furthering his humiliation. Zhong Liang was angry, but he was also forced to admit that he admired Yang Kai's boldness. He simply did not expect Yang Kai would dare act so recklessly and decisively. If it had been an ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, that person would have already died twice by now. The 9th Order Open Heaven Realm was already the peak a human could achieve, and Yang Kai had always thought that such a master could compete with the burning light and serene glimmer. The old ancestor, however, shook his head. "I'm not being modest. I speak only the truth. When this old master first advanced to the 9th Order, I went to the chaotic dead territory to exchange moves with those two. I remember that experience well." He did not say what the result of the sparring match was, but Yang Kai had a vague feeling that the old ancestor had suffered some kind of loss. "I know about what happened in the inner sanctum. This purifying light is a method to remove black ink strength, so since you have gotten this opportunity, you should work hard to safeguard others well." Yang Kai said respectfully, "Junior will abide by your orders, old ancestor." After a pause, he added, "Old ancestor, I have one more thing to report." "Go ahead." Old ancestor nodded lightly. "This junior did not enter the black ink battlefield through the no-return pass. Instead, I came here through a void corridor." Once he said those words, the old ancestor's eyes narrowed. "Tell me more." Yang Kai then went on to explain what happened in the Black Prison. He began his story after the death of the Royal Lord, then described how the Void Corridor was formed, how he went in alone and sealed the Void Corridor with space principles, and then found himself in a sealed world which existed on the black ink battlefield. "I have sealed the corridor with my secret technique, and that sealed world has probably ruptured by now, but the Void Corridor might still exist." "How many people know about this?" Old Ancestor asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai answered, "I met a black ink disciple named Meng Qi in that sealed world, and after saving him with purifying light, he told me the importance of this matter, and that I must report it to you and no one else, so I haven't told anyone else about it." "And Meng Qi?" Old Ancestor asked. After sighing, Yang Kai explained, "I wanted to bring him with me, but he refused and immediately sacrificed his life after I left." The old ancestor was slightly stunned, but soon understood and sighed. "His loyalty to the human race is praiseworthy. His name will be recorded on my Blue Sky Pass Heroic Souls Monument." The Heroic Souls Monument was something Yang Kai knew about. One such monument was located in every one of the Great Passes, and it recorded the names of all those who died in the war against the Black Ink clan. The Heroic Souls Monument in Blue Sky Pass, which was 1,000 meters high, had recorded countless names, each one representing a human life. "The matter of the Void Corridor ends here. Do not mention it to anyone else," the old ancestor declared. "Junior understands." The old ancestor nodded before suddenly giving him a deep look. "You have done a great service to the human race by sealing the Void Corridor, saving the 3,000 worlds from a catastrophe." Shaking his head, Yang Kai said, "Those who have been battling to the death with the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield are the real heroes. Countless ancestors gave their lives in exchange for peace in the 3,000 worlds while this junior is still alive and well. The names on the Heroic Souls Monument are the ones who deserved the credit. The dead have merit, but so do the living." As the old ancestor spoke, he suddenly lifted his hand and extended his finger towards Yang Kai's forehead. His movement was obviously very slow, but in Yang Kai's eyes, it seemed incredibly fast. Before he could react, the finger was already on his forehead. As soon as old ancestor's finger touched his forehead, he smiled and said, "The incense outside has burned out, you can leave now." On the Black Ink battlefield, every human race great pass corresponded to a grand theater. Feng Ying continued on. Men Xie was found by you during the critical moment when he was recovering from his injuries, then he received further injuries from the old ancestor. He will have to go into seclusion in his Black Ink royal city for at least 100 years in order to recover and will not come out again without reason. So, the greatest threat can be ignored. Additionally, after the last fight, there were many casualties among the territory lords. Based on the latest intelligence, there should be less than 60 territory lords under Men Xie royal lord remaining, many of whom are also busy trying to recover. They are all scattered across the huge war zone, so as long as we are careful enough, it should be unlikely for us to bump into any territory lords. As for Black Ink clansmen under the territory lords, Dawn should have no issue dealing with them. Very good, Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. Feng Ying then pointed to a few specific areas. These 3 locations around Blue Sky Pass are far enough that they can almost be considered the edge of the Black Ink clan's territory. The Inner Sanctum has set up forward camps in each of these 3 locations, each one overseen by an 8th Order Master. These forward camps will be able to provide supplies for our soldiers. There are also artifact refiners and array masters present there who can repair artifacts and warships. We can also report military merits there. Yang Kai was surprised. The Inner Sanctum even set up forward bases in these 3 places? It was the first he had heard of this, so it could not be helped that he was surprised. Even though there is no way for them to send armies to attack Blue Sky Pass when their foundations have been severely damaged, that doesn't mean they can't send smaller groups to harass these resource harvesting areas. Firstly, they can use this opportunity to capture more Black Ink disciples, and secondly, they can also interfere with the mining operations of our clansmen. So, no matter where we go, we must be ready to fight the Black Ink clan at any moment as we mine and search for resources. Yang Kai nodded at her words. He was less knowledgeable about this than Feng Ying, so it was naturally better for him to listen to her suggestions. He thus asked, then, based on Marshal Ant's thoughts, which location should we go to? Feng Ying looked at Yang Kai. That will depend on whether you want to mine resources or fight with the Black Ink clan. What's the difference? Yang Kai asked. Feng Ying explained, these 3 locations are all basically occupied by us humans right now. Even if there were Black Ink clansmen around those places, their numbers wouldn't be large. So, if we go to those 3 places, we will have a safer time mining, and the fights we encounter will also be less frequent. However, whether it be mining or fighting with the Black Ink clan, there are still military merits to be gained. There is not much difference between them, they're just different tasks. Yang Kai raised his brows. From what Marshal Ant is saying, there seem to be other places we can go besides the 3 locations. Feng Ying smiled and pointed to another place on the universe chart. Before our departure, I asked around and found out that Inner Sanctum has set up a 4th forward base here in order to take over this resource harvesting area. However, it has not been long since this campaign began, so they have not been able to fully occupy it yet. The Black Ink clan is putting up a fierce fight over there. Half a month before we departed, the Inner Sanctum sent reinforcements over, including 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at that. He pointed to the last location, then let's go here. With a look as if she had expected this response, Feng Ying nodded. You are the squad leader, so we'll follow your command. Yang Kai smiled. Since we are a special operations squad, I think Dawn should do things that other squads can't. Since other squads do not have this ability, then we should naturally go and kill those Black Ink clansmen and leave the resource collection to the others. Shen Ao and the others nodded, all showing eager expressions. After the discussion, Dawning Light headed towards the 4th forward base. Other than those who were left in charge of steering and monitoring their surroundings, the rest of the squad members went back into the cabin to meditate and prepare themselves. The 4th forward base was the farthest one from Blue Sky Pass, so it would take at least a week for them to get to that location. The Black Ink clan's remnants had not fully given up this area yet and were still locked in a struggle with the humans, so there were still territory lords around. If they were to deal with a territory lord, then an 8th Order human master had to be mobilized. This was also the reason why the 3 8th Order division commanders were currently away from the forward base. Yang Kai nodded. In that case, bring us to Division Commander Cha. Once one arrived at a forward base, registrations had to be made. While they were stationed here, they had to obey the orders of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters overseeing the base. The 7th Order Master was about to nod when a warship suddenly flew in from the distance. From the meandering and crooked path that it was flying in, it was clear that its propulsion array was damaged, and the glow of its shield was also extremely faint. Even though the warship was not close, the eyesight of everyone present was so profound that they were able to see the battle scars all over its hull. From these marks alone, they could deduce just how fierce a fight it had been in. Even though the hull of the warship was still intact, practically all of the arrays had been smashed and would have to be repaired before it could rejoin the battlefield. Despite the warship swaying left and right, it was still charging towards the forward base at a tremendous speed without any intention of slowing down even as it approached. On the deck, a cultivator was shouting for them to make way. It seemed that the damage to the warship's propulsion array was greater than usual, so much so that it could not even stop on its own. As the warship was about to crash on the ground, a figure leapt from its deck and stopped in front of it. With a roar, he circulated his energy and used his own body to cushion the impact. There was a grunt, and the man's body shook as he was forced to step back. Fortunately, many people from the forward base rushed over to help, eventually halting the warship. As soon as the warship landed, many artifact refiners and array masters who had been waiting on standby rushed over and began the repair work. It was truly unbelievable for an attack of this degree to be possible. It had to be known that Yang Kai's body was now so intrepid that ordinary attacks would not be able to hurt him in the slightest, but that golden arrow had pierced straight through him, even causing considerable injuries to his 5 viscera and 6 organs. This was a result achieved with Yang Kai possessing a world spring in his small universe. If it were any other person, then it was likely that even their small universe would have been severely shaken. And if it were to happen on a chaotic battlefield, then it would have hindered their combat strength greatly. It would have taken only a single arrow to render them helpless. And he was a really troublesome one. One of the squad leaders who had come forward to thank them added, "If not for him lurking in the shadows, even if we were no match for the Black Ink clan, we would have at least been able to escape. There would be no way that we would have fallen into such a desperate situation." The warships on the human side could still run away if they were to encounter superior enemy forces that they could not deal with, but only if they weren't overly damaged. However, every time their warships tried to escape, they would be stopped by that Black Ink disciple hiding in the distance. Both of the warships were damaged in many places from the attackers' arrows, causing them to end up in the desperate situation they were in. Fortunately, Dawn was able to arrive in time to provide them with support and resolve the dangerous situation. Yang Kai frowned. "There's something I don't understand." "What is it?" Feng Ning asked him. "If he attacked us, that meant that he was a Black Ink disciple. However, if he was a Black Ink disciple, how could he kill that feudal lord?" The last blow passed through a feudal lord's body before it hit Yang Kai. Yang Kai had lived among the Black Ink clan for 2 years, so he knew very well about the position of Black Ink disciples in the Black Ink clan. Generally, no matter how strong they were, Black Ink disciples had an innate reverence towards the Black Ink clan. A low-rank Black Ink clansman could even beat and yell at a 7th-order Black Ink disciple at will, and the Black Ink disciple would not even dare to make a single complaint. And yet, the Black Ink disciple from Divine Feather Paradise had done something completely unexpected. Clearly, the feudal lord had not expected that to happen either, which was why he said those words before he died. A look flickered in Feng Ying's eyes. That is usually true. Unless the Black Ink disciple had been specifically instructed by a higher-ranking Black Ink clansman to ignore the life of another Black Ink clansman in order to kill their enemies at critical moments. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. In that case, he has to be a Black Ink disciple under the command of a territory lord. That made sense. Judging by the power of that attack, that person definitely had to be in the 7th-order Open Heaven realm. Cultivators in that realm were not something that an ordinary feudal lords could capture or possess. Only a territory lord could achieve such a feat. That's the only possibility, Feng Ying nodded. We should be careful on our way back. I have a feeling that that person is not far away. If we let our guards down, then he might strike us again with that powerful attack, Yang Kai said as he swept his gaze around the void. He had felt like he was being watched since he returned, but no matter how carefully he searched, he could not find anything out of the ordinary. From that, he could tell that this person's concealment skills were extremely profound. Yang Kai's injuries were not light this time. Even though it did not harm his foundation, he would still need time to properly recuperate. After giving out orders, he returned to his cabin to rest. Martial Peak, Chapter 5000, Emergency Rescue. Combined with the loss of the Black Ink Cloud's deterrent effect, the Black Ink clan's higher-ranking members came to a consensus that the humans must have come up with some way of resisting the corruption of Black Ink strength. Otherwise, how could this have happened? However, the Black Ink clan had yet to find out what this new method was. Under Men Xie royal lord's command, many territory lords had received orders to uncover the truth no matter the cost, and this struggle for the resource harvesting areas was a good opportunity to ascertain just that. If they could figure out how these humans were stopping the encroachment of their Black Ink strength, that would be a great merit which would allow any Black Ink clansman the opportunity to return to the royal city's Black Ink nest to cultivate and advance into the next realm. The enthusiasm of countless of these Black Ink clansmen was part of the reason why the resource harvesting area was so hotly contested. The feudal lord continued lying still in wait inside of the Black Ink cloud, having the vague feeling that this great merit was perhaps not far from him. That was because this 7th-order master would definitely be corrupted by Black Ink strength if he rushed into the Black Ink cloud like that, and when that happened, he would surely be able to see how he resisted it. Inside the Black Ink cloud, a full-blown massacre was taking place when suddenly all went silent. The feudal lord who had been lying in wait inside of the Black Ink cloud for his opportunity felt his heart clench and his instincts were screaming at him that something bad was about to happen. In the next moment, he felt a huge suction power coming from where the human was standing, and the dense Black Ink cloud was being pulled in, converging towards him. The feudal lord was delightfully surprised at first, but that surprise soon turned to shock. He was delighted that this 7th-order master had actually taken the initiative to open a portal to his small universe to suck in the Black Ink cloud. Would that not mean that he was going to be converted into a Black Ink disciple very soon? But the feudal lord was soon anxious because once the Black Ink cloud was swallowed up, he would have nowhere to hide and would instantly be exposed to the enemy. Where did this human come from, and how could he act so recklessly? He had been fighting with humans for so many years, yet he had never seen anything like this before. In no more than a dozen breaths, the dense black ink cloud was completely gone, revealing all the bodies hiding in its midst. And at the center of these bodies stood Yang Kai, a cold gaze on his face and a sharp spear in his hand. Though he had culled many Black Ink clansmen after charging into the black ink cloud, there were obviously going to be fish who had slipped through the net. The black ink cloud's ability to interfere with a human sense was so strong that he was unable to find all of the Black Ink clansmen in a short amount of time. Irritated, Yang Kai opened his small universe and swallowed all of the black ink's strength into his body. The effect was remarkable, as all of the Black Ink clansmen hidden inside of the black ink cloud were instantly revealed. Looking around, Yang Kai sneered. Even though many Black Ink clansmen had ambushed them this time, their average strength was too low. There was one feudal lord among them, but the rest were all high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen. At this moment, the Black Ink clansmen who remained alive were all gawking at Yang Kai as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The feudal lord's expression was especially shocked. He thought that Yang Kai would turn into a Black Ink disciple soon, but now it seemed like this human was completely unaffected by Black Ink's strength. After all of the black ink clouds were sucked into this human's body, he was still not corrupted in the slightest. At once, the Black Ink clan feudal lord thought of something and called out in alarm, "For universe pillars!" The 4 universe pillars were not only famous among the human race, but also among the Black Ink clan. After all, it was a precious treasure that could perfectly resist black ink strength. Humans who possessed a 4 universe pillars simply had no need to fear being corrupted by black ink strength. The Black Ink clan had a deep hatred for the 4 universe pillars, and they were very much concerned about who held one of them. Any cultivator possessing one of the 4 universe pillars would be noted on record by the Black Ink clan, and if ever they were to meet any of these humans, the Black Ink clan would do whatever it took to kill them. This feudal lord was not someone in a low position, so he had read that special list before. However, there were few people on the list, and all of them were in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. That was because only those in the 8th Order had the ability to protect a 4 universe pillar and keep them out of the hands of the Black Ink clan. And yet, he had encountered a 7th Order master with a 4 universe pillar here. This human was definitely not on that list. This was an extremely important piece of news, and if he could bring word of this back, it would definitely be a merit not much lower than finding out how the humans were able to resist the corruption of black ink's strength now. With that thought, the feudal lord opened his mouth, spitting out a cloud of inky blood, hoping to escape from here. Judging from the power of this 7th Order master's rampage, he did not believe himself to be his match. If he wanted to live, then he had no choice but to flee immediately. This was undoubtedly the most correct move to make. However, even after burning his blood essence and using a costly secret technique, his body remained stagnant. An inexplicable force had seemingly caused the space around him to become extremely viscous, as if he had fallen into a pool of quicksand, making it hard to move. "Where do you think you're going?" When that cold voice entered his ears, the feudal lord looked over just in time to see the tip of a spear enlarging before his eyes. There, at the tip of the spear, was a terrifying power that had yet to erupt. Once it did, it would surely send him to the next life. The feudal lord roared in terror and his huge body swelled up, releasing his aura without reserve. By struggling with all his power, the confines of space finally grew loose. But that was not all. He raised his large fist and slammed it in Yang Kai's direction. With a single blow, he shattered the surrounding space, so it was clear how powerful that punch was. However, Yang Kai showed no intention of dodging. Those who were still cleaning up the battlefield immediately converged towards dawning light, and within a few breaths, the warship turned into a stream of light and sped towards the direction the arrow was pointing at. Yang Kai had no idea whether any other squads had picked up on the distress call, but the squad that was calling for help clearly had to be in a bad situation. There might not be any other squads nearby, so dawn may be their only hope. Their fellow clansmen were in grave danger, so dawning light pushed its speed to its limit without regard for power consumption. Within an hour, a universe fragment came into Yang Kai's view. At that moment, bits of light could be seen flickering at a certain spot around the universe fragment. It was clearly the light coming from human secret techniques. Beyond that glow, dense black ink clouds were threatening to envelop them. There were 7 or 8 human cultivators madly wielding their powers, trying to stop the Black Ink clan's advance, but no matter how hard they tried, the enemy's momentum was unstoppable. Once the Black Ink clouds fully enveloped them, they would surely be corrupted by the Black Ink strength. And if they were to be corrupted by Black Ink strength in such a place, they would undoubtedly be converted into Black Ink disciples. These cultivators must have been part of a squad, but their numbers were clearly off. Some members must have been lost already, and Yang Kai did not see their worship either. In this case, there was only one possibility, and that was that the squad's worship had lost its functionality, or simply been destroyed. Without the worship's protection, the human cultivators would surely be at a disadvantage as they faced off against the Black Ink strength, and that was how they ended up in such a desperate state. He did not see any Black Ink clansmen, so they must be hiding inside of the Black Ink clouds, constantly pushing their Black Ink strength closer to the humans. Every now and then, attacks would appear, directed at the humans, keeping them trapped here with no opportunity to use the universe transference law to escape. Martial Peak, Chapter 5001, Another Sneak Attack. The drawbacks of using the universe transference law were too great, and it had to be performed under extremely stable conditions. Right now, at a critical point between life and death, how could any squad member still be able to use the universe transference law? The only thing they could do was make a desperate attempt to resist by relying on their positional advantages under the leadership of the 2 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in their squad. It was also fortunate that this squad had 2 7th Order Masters. If there had been only one of them, then they might not have held on this long. The Black Ink clansmen were all hiding themselves in the Black Ink cloud and using it as a cover as they came in and out to attack occasionally, or they would use secret techniques to stir things up for the human cultivators from within the cloud. As time passed, the circle formed by the Black Ink cloud was rapidly shrinking, leaving the human squad with no place to retreat. It was at this point that dawning light came to their rescue. The Black Ink clansmen inside of the Black Ink cloud had clearly noticed dawning light's arrival. As a certain part of the Black Ink cloud stirred, a few dozen Black Ink clansmen emerged, led by one with a ferocious appearance and emitting an aura from top to bottom that clearly belonged to that of a feudal lord. The imposing feudal lord, armed with a huge spear, was clearly intent on intercepting dawning light. As they continued drawing closer, dawning light's camouflage suddenly dissipated, revealing its true appearance. After having suffered so many losses to this unique warship, the Black Ink clan forces had naturally become aware of it, and that their forces were frequently wiped out once this powerful human squad was encountered. This feudal lord was well informed and had naturally heard about the rumors concerning dawn and dawning light. He had thought that he would not come across them in this vast war zone, but after seeing dawning light with its disguise gone and true face appearing, how could he still not know that he truly did bump into them? When he thought of the rumors, the feudal lord did not dare to confront them and immediately retreated back into the Black Ink cloud. The Black Ink clansmen that had rushed out with him were all relatively weak, so they were slightly slower to react. When they saw their feudal lord retreating without a fight, they could not even figure out what happened before dawning light's terrifying attack struck them. Each attack was so powerful that it was not something that these high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen could resist. In an instant, many of them were wiped out, but dawning light did not stop there. It passed through the mess of gore and broken limbs, crashing straight into the Black Ink cloud. The Black Ink clansmen who were hiding under the cover of the Black Ink cloud took this opportunity to bombard dawning light with their attacks, but Dawn had long been prepared for this and had already activated their defensive array, enveloping dawning light with a powerful light barrier. Wave after violent wave spread across the light shield, causing deep dents to appear on its surface. With the deep pits as the center, there were even ripples spreading out in all directions. Dawning light pushed through the Black Ink Cloud's blockade while withstanding the Black Ink Clan's attacks, reaching its center mere breaths later. The squad that had been trapped there for a long time were already in dire straits, but when a human warship appeared before them, they understood at once that reinforcements had arrived, and it was the Special Operations Squad, Dawn, to their absolute delight. "Get on board!" Feng Ying shouted from the deck. With a change of her hand seal, a gap opened in Dawning Light's shields. If this person had immediately fled far away when Yang Kai was pursuing them, then even he may not have been able to find them again after being delayed by the killing array. But this guy truly didn't fear the heavens. Leaving the killing array behind to trap Yang Kai was not enough for them. They had even hidden themselves and tried to snipe him again, giving Yang Kai the opportunity to pursue them. The person was clearly surprised at the sudden attack, not expecting Yang Kai to have arrived so quickly. As soon as the figure was exposed, it used the impact of Yang Kai's punch to back away. At the same time, it reached out to pull their bowstring, and with a harsh whistle, golden light after golden light rained down on Yang Kai like raindrops. Yang Kai's vision was instantly obscured by a field of golden light. After summoning his Azure Dragon Spear and blocking all of the attacks, his attacker was long gone. Only a golden light remained far off in the void, fading away remarkably quickly. So fast. Yang Kai was secretly speechless, and he was also growing increasingly irritated. Gritting his teeth, he snorted, "I'll take your surname if I let you run again." If Yang Kai, who cultivated the Tao of Space, were to let someone get away from him in such a situation, then he would have cultivated all these years in vain. In an instant, his figure disappeared. Yang Kai thought he would be able to catch up to the assailant easily, but even with his instantaneous movement, he could not reach them within a short amount of time. He had no idea what sort of movement technique this person was using, but it was so profound it was almost not inferior to his use of space principles. Yang Kai kept on chasing after them, but all he could see was a fading golden light in the far distance. It was unfortunate that he was unable to intercept them using instantaneous movement so far away. If he did try, then he could very well lose that person's tracks. He had no choice but to follow from behind and wait for his chance. Their chase ended up going on for a whole day and night, and it was not known how many millions of kilometers they crossed. Yang Kai was originally worried that his ambusher would escape to the Black Ink Clan's territory. If that were to happen, then Yang Kai would not dare to follow lest he encounter a master that he could not beat. But after a long pursuit, it became apparent that this guy had no intention of escaping at all and was just circling around the wider battlefield with Yang Kai. Whenever there was the slightest opportunity, that person would sneakily shoot out a thunderous blow at Yang Kai, and their attacks were so powerful that he did not dare to take them lightly. Each counterattack left him worse for wear. Hong hong hong. A series of bangs sounded, and in an instant, two people were engaged in a heated melee. Yang Kai was still bleeding from his abdomen, but he completely ignored it and faced his hooded attacker with a fierce smile. "Let's see you run now." The attacker was an archery master and at least somewhat proficient in the Tao of Spirit arrays. Besides that, this person was first class both in concealing their aura and escaping techniques, but everyone had their strengths and weaknesses. It was impossible for one to achieve perfection in all fields. Yang Kai thought that close combat must be this guy's weakness, otherwise, there would have been no need for them to keep on running away. Unexpectedly, when they finally crossed blades, Yang Kai realized that this guy was also quite amazing when it came to close-quarter combat. They did not have too many flashy secret techniques and just fought him instinctively with the longbow in their hand, Thus began a back-and-forth tussle. This longbow that he had never heard about was also quite an amazing item, not showing any weakness even when pitted against the Azure Dragon Spear. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. This guy really had no weaknesses. But even so, Yang Kai's supreme limitless spear art stood at the pinnacle of all spear techniques. In just a dozen breaths of time, the Azure Dragon Spear pierced through his ambusher's shoulder in a moment of carelessness, and at once, blood was flowing uncontrollably. The stab was followed by a grunt. From this brief exchange, it became clear what the difference in strength between Yang Kai and themselves were, so they stopped messing around and, with a feint, sped down towards the universe fragment below. Yang Kai followed closely like a shadow. As the person passed through the universe fragment, they threw out an array plate. Seeing this, Yang Kai knew that it was bad news. Sure enough, as soon as the array plate was launched, the entire universe fragment burst apart, and a violent power burst out in all directions. Yang Kai staggered as the force hit him, and the space around him was also disrupted. From their body already being wounded to then using such an immensely powerful secret technique, it was possible that this black ink disciple had little strength left at this moment. Yang Kai almost could not endure the urge to throw his head back and roar in laughter. This really was the case of the mantis stalking the cicada, but the oriole waits behind. Rather than rush out immediately, Yang Kai concealed his aura even more cautiously because he wasn't sure whether his opponent was aware of his presence or not. He knew how difficult this ambusher was, and if he missed them again, then he would just be repeating the same mistake. There was only one opportunity here: either he did nothing, or if he went all out, he had to make sure he got this right. In fact, both Yang Kai and the 8th Order Master were correct. The black ink disciple who was lurking in the shadows simply had no energy to unleash that kind of attack again. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, even though they were ambushing an 8th Order Master from the shadows, they still had to use a sacrificial technique that, while dealing 1,000 points of damage to the enemy, dealt 800 to themselves. After using that attack, their entire person was drained. They would never have used such a secret technique easily and did not even use it last time when they were ambushing Yang Kai. However, in order to land a good hit on an 8th Order Division commander, they had no choice but to use such an attack. However, the ambusher was smart. Despite having little strength left, they still used their hostile intent to ward off the injured 8th Order Master. Only after confirming that the division commander had gone far away did they put down their longbow and lay limp on the ground, struggling to stuff some spirit pills into their mouth and refine them in order to restore some strength. They did not stay in place for too long though, since the previous attack had already revealed their whereabouts. They could not be sure whether that 8th Order Master would suddenly wheel around for a counterattack. If that were to happen, then they would definitely be powerless to resist. So, when they regained a bit of their energy after a short rest, they stood up and tried to leave. However, they had just begun to move when their hearts suddenly jumped. They had a bad feeling that something terrible was about to happen. This person reacted with great haste and twisted around to draw their bowstring. The bowstring whizzed and a golden light condensed. At the same time, their body rose as they leapt backwards. From the corner of their eye, they saw a figure appearing nearby, seemingly out of nowhere. The golden light struck that person in the chest and sent fresh blood bursting out, but the target did not stop and continued charging towards them. At the same time, a profound power spread out, locking the local space down. The black ink disciple was shocked. After being tangled up with Yang Kai for many days, there was no way that they could not recognize his appearance. This had been the painful reality for the human race since the beginning of the war. But now, what she experienced was a sure sign that the human race possessed some heaven-defying method that could rescue black ink disciples. Despite her great mental strength, she still could not hide her shock. Yang Kai smiled. I have a secret technique that can purify and dispel black ink strength. The young woman pondered for a moment. That white light. Indeed. The woman nodded, seemingly having an epiphany. No wonder. Yang Kai looked at her in confusion. The young woman explained, during the war 10 years ago, one thing that struck the Black Ink clan as odd was the fact that there were essentially no new Black Ink clan disciples who were converted after a certain point in time. The Black Ink clan suspected that we humans had obtained some sort of countermeasure against Black Ink strength, but they were never able to figure out what it was. Obviously, that would be the secret technique that senior brother wielded. Yang Kai nodded. That is correct. The young woman had a solemn look for a moment, then she put away her bow and cupped her fist. Bai Yi thanks senior brother for his life-saving grace. Only then did Yang Kai learn her name. He stood up and cupped his fist in return. Don't mention it. And, my name is Yang Kai. And also, I'm no senior brother. I've only just advanced to the 7th order not long ago. In terms of seniority, I think you might be my martial aunt. Bai Yi shook her head. You are in the 7th order, and your abilities surpass mine, so you should be referred to as senior brother. While speaking up to this point, Bai Yi recalled the days when she was fighting with Yang Kai in that deadly chase and asked in disbelief, Senior brother has only just advanced to the 7th order. Yang Kai nodded. I broke through at the end of the last war between the two races. Bai Yi could not help but feel shaken. For him to have almost driven her into a corner despite only having recently advanced into the 7th order open heaven realm, just how strong was his heritage? If Yang Kai had more time to cultivate, then how could she even be his opponent? She was considered a heaven-sent prodigy, and even though she had the sense to know that she was not that different from other 7th order masters in terms of pure strength, once she has some distance from her opponent, ordinary 7th order masters would not even be able to get close to her. However, after repeated tussles with Yang Kai, she finally understood that there were always people beyond people, heavens beyond the heavens. Senio, junior sister Bai, is your body all right? Yang Kai asked out of concern. Since she insisted on calling him senior brother, so be it. Only then did Bai Yi take the time to examine herself. After a moment, she responded, nothing serious. Martial Peak, Chapter 5007, Misunderstanding. A sneak attack on a territory lord came with very large risks, but if successful it would become a severe blow to the top powers of the Black Ink clan in this region of the battlefield, a clear benefit to Blue Sky Pass. Speed was paramount in war, and Yang Kai had no time to seek help from others either. Moreover, something like this was better done with smaller numbers. A few days later, Yang Kai and Bai Yi, who had almost fully recovered, rose to their feet and headed off under Bai Yi's lead. There had been a delay of a few days, but that was unavoidable. However, this amount of time did not matter in the face of their plans as Zhu Feng was severely injured by Division Commander Su Bo Liang during their fight which had damaged his foundation. A lot of time would be required for Zhu Feng to recover, so a few short days would not make any difference. During their journey, the two of them discussed their plan. taking care of every detail, and finally drew up a general outline of what they were going to do. There were bound to be variables when they finally put their plan into action, but that would be left up to their improvisation abilities then. For Yang Kai, the reason why he agreed to take this risk with Bai Yi was because it was truly a rare opportunity to come by. Secondly, Bai Yi had been following Zhu Feng for many years and knew his habits well. Third was because of his own proficiency in the Tao of space that would allow him to find an opening to escape if things did not go to plan. It should be impossible for a heavily injured territory lord to try and stop him if he was determined to flee. They encountered nothing special along the way as Yang Kai followed Bai Yi forward. They did not even encounter a single squad of Black Ink clansmen. The reason for this was not that all of the Black Ink clan had already withdrawn from this war zone, but that Bai Yi had avoided these Black Ink clansmen and prevented any encounters with them. The only target of this trip was Zhu Feng. Naturally, killing a territory lord would be far more beneficial to them than killing off some small fry. Occasionally, Yang Kai observed a strange light flickering in Bai Yi's eyes, so she had obviously cultivated some sort of profound eye secret technique. He had his own eye techniques, but the two eye secret techniques he inherited from Myriad Demons Heaven were best for seeing through illusions and trapping others, so both lacked the long-range detection and surveillance abilities of Bai Yi's eye technique. When compared, these eye secret techniques all had their own strengths and weaknesses. After flying for 2 days, Bai Yi's body swayed when they approached a certain universe fragment, then she landed on it. Yang Kai followed closely behind. "We're almost there," Bai Yi said. Yang Kai nodded, "Then let's begin." Saying so, he took a deep breath and the small universe in his body shook violently. Fresh blood spilled from the corners of Yang Kai's lips after a grunt. At the same time, his aura was suppressed, turning extremely weak. In such a state, anyone oblivious to what was going on would surely believe that he was heavily injured. If they were to ambush Zhu Feng, then they had to present themselves as weak in order to numb his sense of danger. "Please excuse me, senior brother." As she spoke, Bai Yi formed a set of hand seals before hitting Yang Kai with a secret technique. In the next moment, golden chains appeared, binding him firmly. Yang Kai struggled a bit, but found that this sealing technique was quite sturdy. Even with his strength, it would be extremely difficult if he were really caught by such a technique. If he were to be hit by such a technique during a fight, then he would basically just have to wait for death. "Let's go." Yang Kai nodded at Bai Yi, signaling that everything was in order.